Nolan, you should've made it home. Somebody's still calling your name. Somebody's waiting by the door, praying you'll walk back home. Every tear still calls your name. Love won't let you go. Hold on till the truth comes into the light. Hold on. Love remembers every life. 4th of July, you left with dreams in your eyes. A trip with friends, nobody thought we'd be saying goodbye. 2 days passed, then the world heard your name. A family searching for answers, nothing will ever feel the same. I won't turn whispers into truth, or rumors into proof. But every mother deserves the whole story. Every father deserves the truth. If somebody knows, don't let silence win. Truth shouldn't hide, let the light come in. Somebody's waiting by the door. Emmett Till, a child whose story changed the nation. Trayvon Martin walking home became a conversation. Tamir Rice, Jordan Davis, Ahmaud Arbery too. Different roles, different stories, every family carried truth. We don't say they all the same. Every case deserves its own light, but every child deserves tomorrow, and every home deserves good night. No matter who, no matter where, justice should never depend on who's standing there. Truth doesn't need embellishment. Truth doesn't need embellishment. Truth can stand alone. When the answers finally come, let the whole world know. We remember your smile, not only the headlines, not only the questions, but the life behind the name. May compassion lead the search, may honesty lead the way. Until the family has peace, we'll keep your memory alive. Somebody's waiting by the door, praying you'll walk back home. Every tear still calls your name. Love won't let you go. Hold on, till the truth comes into the light. Hold on. Love remembers every lie. Love remembers every lie. Somebody's Nolan. Somebody's waiting by the door. No, somebody's waiting by the door. 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 Somebody's waiting. Nolan. We won't bow down. Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one, the voices rise till the whole thing can't disguise. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down.
You want to get rich and then like
My camera don't
and then
work.
like get rich and then I'm gonna build a big ass house.
What it do, guys? It's your boy, the Juice. And as you all know, my name is Troy Bradshaw, but I go by the Juice. Big wig welcomes, guys. Good to see you guys tuning in here. Whoo! Boy, has it been trending with the Nolan Wells, and has the controversy gotten even more crazier. Man, I'm really excited to cover this case tonight. I mean, I'm always excited to cover any case. Well, the only two that I've been covering, along with the Nancy Guthrie. We had a nice little bombshell, little nuclear drop coming from Annie and Tommaso's neighbor. If you were listening to JLR earlier, I'm sure nobody missed it. I mean, my man had like 10K people watching, probably more than that. I think it was like 11. So shouts to JLR getting that nice little bombshell scoop that we heard earlier. So I don't even know where I want to start tonight, guys. I really don't. I don't know if I want to start with Nolan Wells or I want to start with Nancy Guthrie. I don't know, man. Should we start with that call that JLR had got? I mean, that was a really good call. I'm not gonna lie. That was a really good call. I feel like that was the closest we got to Nancy. I'm sorry, not Nancy, to Annie and Tommaso than we've been since the last time we saw them, really. I mean, and that's probably as close as we'll get until otherwise. They've yet to say anything. They haven't said anything at all. I got an audio call, dispatch call. Found a little bit of audio from a lady on YouTube that I wanted to listen to with Nolan Wells tonight. Some TikToks, man, these TikToks are going nuts. I mean, there's some really good TikToks out there. And then a couple, just one video from Nolan. But man, where do we start? Tommaso is easily angered, so I wouldn't doubt someone could provoke him. It's crazy to even hear that. It's really, really weird to even hear that. JLR was speaking to one of the neighbors, and the neighbor said that she hadn't really seen him up until the Nancy Guthrie whole thing went down. So that's really weird. She said that she didn't even realize where the garage was facing for the longest time. There were some interesting things that she said. She said a lot. I mean, it was like a 40-ish minute call. So, I mean, we got to listen to that call again. I was like moving around and busy at the time, so I didn't really get a chance to really like listen to it. I was not all in, guys. I got to admit. Big welcomes. Those of you guys tuning in, though, big welcomes, guys. Good seeing you guys all in the chat. Shouts to all the mods tuning in here. Ollie, welcome. Kelly, welcome. Sandra, Motown, just Jalen. Looks like Stana. Welcome, man. Welcome, Banna. Gertrude in the chat. Big welcomes. My Funko Pops are falling. They always falling. I got to get a new shelf, guys. Shouts Janice for the new. By the way, she got me a shark. It's a foam cooler. Whew, that made my day. I'm not gonna lie. That was a really shocking gift to come home to today from Amazon. And luckily, I was outside at the time because they were gonna take my gift to the other neighbor's house, which was crazy. So we got a new shark for the phone cooler. The other one's still intact, but it's falling apart. And when we were at Lauren's, we broke the charger port into the charger, but it still works. It's all good. But this one's 10 times better, so I can't wait to use that thing. I'll show you guys when we get out on the ground. That's for a whole nother deal there. Anyways, I don't know, man, child. Maybe I'll leave it up to y'all. I mean, there's not too much with Nancy. I mean, as far as Nancy tonight, I just wanted to listen to that call. I don't really want to, there's not really too much going on with Nancy. I know there was some remains found. I think it was West Ajo. I saw 857. I think it was somebody down here too that came out to visit. Was it Cases and Conversations or something like that? And then yeah, so JLR 857. Mark the Shark went there too. And then the girl that came down to visit, Cases and Conversations, I think that's her name. So good to see people still coming out here. 6 months later, we still got people coming out to visit that actually care about Nancy and finding answers for Nancy. It's actually amazing to see it. Angie's coming out next week. Shouts to Matt in the chat. Angie, prayers still with you as well. As you guys know, Matt, she goes by the name in the chat. Her name is Angie. She's battling cancer. Wonderful, wonderful lady who takes care of her father, which is a true blessing just to know that. And I'm keeping you in my prayers, of course. And hopefully we'll run into each other when you come down here. I guess she's coming out here next week. So it's amazing. People really still are coming all the way across, from a whole nother side of, the country to come here and visit Nancy's home, and then meet us as well. So it's kind of crazy. It's a dope feeling. It really is. So love it. Kimmy, welcome, by the way. Good seeing you, Kimmy. Shouts to all the mods tuning in. Good to see you guys tuning in here. Welcome, guys. Welcome. I don't know. I think we'll save the phone call for the end. We'll just chop it up about some Nolan Wells a bit here, right? I think we'll do that, and then we'll listen to that call. I'm pretty sure most of you guys listened to that JLR call earlier when he spoke to that neighbor. But we'll just go with the flow tonight. Nothing too crazy. I just wanted to get on to and just really have an open discussion tonight, as we usually do. Nothing too crazy, guys. But anyway, let's get into it, man. I don't even want to waste no time here. Yeah, let's just get into it, man. Let's just get into it here.
And then I'm a part of my friends. I just want to get rich and then
My camera don't work.
And then get rich. And then I'm going to build a big ass house. And then I'm a part of my friends.
This clip.
I really like this clip. Run it back one more time.
You want to get rich and then
My camera don't
and
work.
then get rich. And then I'm going to build a big ass house. And then I'm a part of my friends. You want to get rich and then
My camera don't
and
work.
then get rich. And then I'm going to build a big ass house. And then I'm a part of my friends.
I don't know how my man found that clip, by the way. That was a really great clip of Nolan. So Nancy Grace, real quick before we even get into that. Nancy Grace was on today, and shouts to Nancy Grace. She's wonderful. She's great at what she does. She had footage, which is what Officer Tatum has been claiming to have. She had some footage, okay? And I don't recall ever seeing the footage that he showed, that she got from Officer Tatum, that she showed on her platform today. It actually shows Nolan. Now, we don't know what time it is. I'm going to assume that it was before they actually went out to Horn Island, only because they look, I don't know, it's hard to tell. I don't even want to say that they look like they haven't even gotten the water yet, but it looks like that boat is all tied up, and not to say that doesn't happen once they arrive back at the location, but it looked like they hadn't left yet. But she brought to our attention, it's going to change things. And of course it is it's going to change things if that turns out to be after the fact, which is very, I mean, it's interesting. It is, but I think it was after or right before they went on their actual trip. And I'll show the clip real quick here. Actually, we won't show the clip yet. We'll get to Nancy Grace, but it looks like it is Nolan. I actually screenshotted some of the video that I was watching with Nancy Grace earlier. Now, I didn't have time to watch it all, but you could clearly see that is Nolan right there getting on this boat, getting ready to get on this boat actually before the trip. That's what I'm assuming. I'm not too sure if they're just getting back. I would assume not, because it would kind of look like the sun was going down, right? I mean, it's evening time. Well, in the summertime, because we just ended the summer. We just started the school year. It tends to get darker later into the day, but I think Mississippi is far more ahead of us. So, I mean, I don't know, but it was about roughly 4 or 5 o'clock their time, 5 o'clock their time. It would have been or maybe a little after that if they would have been getting back there. So I can't assume the sun would actually be going down. I take that back. But I'm going to assume, like I said, they were leaving at this time, and I can clearly see that is Nolan. That absolutely, to me, looks like Nolan right there. And it looks like they're getting ready to get on this boat here. Very, very interesting. Also, I want to talk about this photo that Tatum also had of Warren. Really, really interesting photo. I had a question for you guys too, along with this photo here. Look at this photo. He looks like he's slammed. I'm not even going to lie. So, I got something in the background here. Hold on, let me remove that. So he's got 2 cans in his hand. That was the first thing that came to my mind. He's got 2 cans. And I should have put this in ChatGPT. What do y'all think are in the cans, though? What is in the can? Like, I mean, not what's in the can. What are on the cans? Excuse me. And it looks like that, honestly, that violet red looking one, it looks like it's a Dr. Pepper to me. I can't really tell. But then I looked a little closer and I'm like, no, that might be a beer. Definitely a Red Bull, if you look at that blue one there, for sure. One of the things I wanted to bring to you guys' attention tonight is I really wish they would have just gave everybody a drug test. They should have also, made sure that people weren't, just to know whether or not, just, not only just for peace of mind, but just for for the sake of this investigation, they should have just also checked to see if anybody was intoxicated at all after the fact. But I mean, after he was reported missing, it had been hours. So I don't know if they would have been able to really actually determine that. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they can when they take your blood. For marijuana, for sure. For any type of drugs, for sure. Blood work would have did it. They should have drug tested everybody right after this whole thing spiraled out, but I don't think they were taking it as an investigation for quite some time. And it's still questionable whether or not this is an actual, criminal investigation. From what I'm hearing, it is. We still don't have a suspect. This whole entire thing is still yet to be determined as far as the cause of death. We don't even know that. As far as we know, that autopsy is still ruled undetermined. And it'll stay that way until they get in front of a grand jury. And then obviously we'll at some point hear about those results. We still haven't yet heard about any date that there will be for a grand jury at all. I like the Nancy Grace show tonight because they talk about the how they are able to retrieve the data doing that digital evidence thing. So we definitely got to check out some Nancy Grace. She had some really good pinpoints tonight. So much to talk about with the Nolan Wells case. I don't even know where to start. It's ridiculous. But I'm going to assume Voices of the Missy. South Voices of the Missing. Good to see you guys in the chat. Big welcomes. I think we froze for a second, but I think we're back. I hope that we're not gonna have issues tonight. I'm really hoping and praying we don't have issues tonight with this stream tonight. Please be on my side. Matter of fact, with that being said, let's just go ahead and chime into a prayer just real quick here. Dear Heavenly Father, I just wanted to just thank you and remind you how grateful I am to just be on here streaming tonight and just simply waking up this morning. But to be surrounded by so many great, wonderful people and just remind us all to just continue to spread love, continue to look out for one another and just watch over us all, God. And Father, just continue to guide us all in the directions that we truly want and get the most and best out of life. And Father, just continue to watch over the Guthrie family, any missing persons cases that are going on right now that they're in seek of looking for or seeking to look for any missing person out there. Just continue to watch over their families as well as the Nolan Wells family as well. In dear Jesus' name, amen. Amen. And get us through this stream, please. Get us through this stream. I don't want to have no disconnections here. Sheesh. With that being said, let's just get into it, man. I gotta play this video. Big Kish. We gotta play more TikToks, but this one was good. I had to do it.
This clip is going to make a lot of people angry, and I gotta show it because this goes to show you that these people don't care about us, y'all. And you have people making fun and making light of it like if Unbothered was a person. And really, I don't know this person's face like this, but I'm gonna go ahead and share it anyway because, a lot of people look the same, But y'all brace yourselves before I show this clip. Y'all make sure y'all hype this video. Y'all make sure y'all subscribing, and shout out to everybody that's been subscribing and interacting with the channel. But they got a clip of what it appears to be allegedly Ashley Cole and karaoke night. So you mean to tell me you reached out to Nolan Wells' mom, Christine Wansley, and you showed that message to show everybody that you were concerned, but we read through the message. We see that your concern was only to cover your own ass and your own people's ass. We know that, but I want to show my people. I want to show them this clip. Y'all brace yourself. Check this out, y'all.
She got something going on.
Now, I just want to get a nice comparison. I'm going off of her hair. It's red in that room, so I'm thinking that that's why it's darker. And it's light right here in this picture right here, and that's why it's lighter. Do that look like Judge? Because I don't want to jump to conclusions or anything, right? But
Oh, I'm jumping straight to conclusion. That's definitely for sure her. No doubt about it. They look almost identical. Maybe not. Maybe we're wrong. So if you don't know, this is Warren's, I think it's supposedly Warren's stepmom, not actual mom. Remember in the beginning, both of his moms were involved in this, they were involved in trying to help figure out what happened to Nolan, which confused a lot of people because they were both trying to figure out two different things, which tells me that they probably don't even interact with one another. That's just my guess. But people think the mom might just be covering this thing up somewhat because of the online speculation, not because of, any of the evidence. But there was also that 48-hour notice, which, Nolan Wells' mom got to give up the phone. And there's a lot of controversy online, and people are starting to think that she may take part in that. And I mean, judges have a lot of access. I mean, they definitely can get their hands around some things you probably couldn't imagine. So you never know. But there's been big theories going around, and a lot of mixed understandings about Nolan's mom being asked for her phone, not from anything, involving Warren's family, but the only mother who has faced official scrutiny is Nolan's mom, of course, who's received a complaint to the Mississippi Board of Nursing, obviously, because people have been trolling her. She's just been having the worst. I mean, she's been getting threats and all kind of stuff. Not saying that his mom plays a role in that at all, but she could very much so play a role in the reason why this 48 notice could have just came out of nowhere. Nolan's mom says that wasn't the agreement, or the attorney. I mean, they say that wasn't the agreement initially. And they just all of a sudden just got this notice. Not only that, they knew these guys were out of town, so how could they turn in the phone if they weren't even present? And I took notice of that because I saw them in a Sprinter van. We know they've been doing interview after interview. They've been everywhere doing interviews, which confuses a lot of the world because a lot of people think that they are trying to, just get money out of the situation rather than focusing on the justice part of this. So it's confusing because people don't really understand what's really going on. But at the end of the day, Christine, which is Nolan's mom, just doesn't really trust the injustice system, especially when it comes to Mississippi, due to the fact that the race plays a big factor in the fact that African Americans are treated fairly or not, and she assumes that they're not. So she's not trusting anything in this investigation. And I don't blame her because, listen, I mean, we've seen a lot of people get injustice. The race part about it, I would leave it out. You guys know my thoughts on that because I just feel like we got to get to the bottom of it first before we could just kind of make, we can't just make assumptions. We can't just throw that in there if we don't know yet, right? And then, one point I could make, although we're not, Arizona is nothing like Mississippi, but she doesn't want this to go the way Nancy's case has gone. And we saw this, we saw it early in Nancy Guthrie's case because, we saw that they got a pizza delivery at one point. They were walking all over everywhere. Even the news media outlets were able to walk, stepping all over the mats. And Brian and Simeon, one of them, was the one who discovered the blood, this, that, and the third. They don't want this to go that way. And I don't blame them. I think part of the reason why Christine doesn't want these people to just simply take the phone because she wants somebody there present while they, analyze this phone, look through this whole phone and everything to make sure that nothing gets deleted. Because if something gets deleted and they're trying to cover something up, they'll never get that back. Which also could be possible due to the fact that the boys had this phone the whole entire time. And they didn't say anything up until they pretty much came looking for the phone, which is super, super weird. And I question whether or not that they tampered with the phone in any way. My thing is, how did Christine get in the phone? We know a lot of people have passwords and whatnot, or what was she doing with the phone? What was her idea with the phone before she actually handed it over to the, the investigators that wanted the phone? I'm thinking she wanted to do her own investigation on the phone before it was handed over. So that way, whatever comes back, she already has before, they get done or whatever. So by the time they get done, she has everything, to go off of. And she could make sure that all lines up. And on top of that, that nothing's missing. So I get it. She's playing this super, super safe. At the same time, she's keeping investigators on their toes so everything goes the way it should go. I mean, there's a lot going on here. There's so much going on. It's very difficult, I'm sure, for them to make sure they're focused on everything that they need to be focused on top of just everything going on, right? I mean, everything is going on in this case that you could imagine. So it's probably very difficult. And I can't imagine going through, grieving and having to make sure that you're treated fairly at the same time, not trusting that injustice system. And, you know, not only that, I mean, Warren and his circle have publicly criticized Nolan's mom throughout these interviews, as you guys saw. I mean, they're for sure not on good terms. But listen, I think that they just got off on the wrong foot. I honestly don't think Nolan Wells' father had the best approach when they went over there, at least for whoever they took with them when they went over to get the keys. And it sounds like that was the second time they went, because they didn't get the phone. The phone was supposedly at the same place. According to the father, he stated that the phone was at the same place that the keys were at. So with that being said, I mean, it seems like they went back more than once. And we'll get there in a second. I'll play the dispatch clip, because apparently somebody was escorted out of there. They had to call the police to get somebody thrown out of there. So it sounds like the boys have told the truth, you know, with certain things, which it's kind of crazy, because I just didn't expect that to go that way. And they didn't really say that until the boys mentioned it. So we kind of know there's a little bit of, I mean, and it's an investigation, so things are going to be left out intentionally. So I can't hold anybody accountable for leaving things out, I guess, in a sense. But the world doesn't really care. That's the problem. So, I mean, there's going to be so much criticism, I mean, going on back and forth. But I think both parties are not being straightforward and completely honest about everything. The mother, you know, Nolan's friends, as I've been saying, they're not all being honest. Okay, there's some things that they're definitely not being upfront about, and some of it, I would say, you know, it might just be for good reason, at least for the mother's side. I mean, depending on her intentions in this whole entire thing. And there's just a lot that we just don't really understand. But anyway, I'm going to play this. We'll get there. I want to play this because he has some really good, he's got some really good content here. So let's just run this through here.
And I'm not saying she shouldn't move on with her life or anything, but this lady just lost her child, ma'am. And if this is you, we got the DA writing letters saying that Miss Christine Wansley got 48 hours to turn over Nolan Wells' phone, and Nolan Wells supposed to be your son's homie. While these people are going through their tribulations right now, this is what you doing? Knowing that everybody's looking for answers right now?
I have to thank Officer Doofy. Officer Doofy, like, thanks to his caption there. What does his caption say? Breaking. Exclusive images shared off the Triton boat being towed by another boat. After the... Okay, so again, you were being towed here, but you're also calling Cito for a tow. So why would you call Cito for a tow when you're already being towed?
Because they needed an alibi. They needed an alibi.
It's just the way the authorities are behaving now that makes you go, wait a minute. If you have any type of a critical thinking brain, the way the authorities are behaving has to make you raise an eyebrow. Take the boys out of it, because it's the people in charge that are at fault at this point. The people in charge continuously breaching their duty. The people in charge continuously just stringing us along. Acting like we're going to forget. Acting like, hey, you already agreed on the joint inspection of the phone. And then you're going to go send a deadline for her to turn the phone over to you? That's not what was agreed upon. Y'all agreed to let Dr. Mitchell look at the body, and then y'all just sitting over there with y'all's thumbs up y'all's asses, acting like it's gonna go away. Hey, guess what? It's not going away.
Now, after this clip, I want y'all to stay tuned, because allegedly Ashley Cole got a little history. Check this out, y'all.
Okay, y'all, now let's talk about the Cito call, okay? Or the Cito demonstration video, because that's what I call it. I was just sitting here thinking, and I was looking, and I continue to look over this video, and I'm thinking to myself, if that is supposed to be Wyatt sitting on the steering calling Cito, then why is the audio to the Cito call when Vicky asked him, what is it, the coordinations and things of that nature? Why say, let me go look? If he's sitting right there, where are you going to look?
Do you have your current GPS coordinates?
Let me go look.
Now that can't be the call for them deleting the CTO call, right? It can't be because they're already being towed. So what was the point of that demonstration video and saying that that is the actual video? Because Warren said it was the video and Tatum posted it was the video of the specific. Attorney also said that that was the confirmed. But how so when they're already being towed while they're doing the demonstration to the CTO call? I don't know, just my observation.
Now y'all see why we do this. The longer they let the internet sit with their lies, the more we gonna pick it apart. Because if they just introduce us to something, we need to analyze it a little bit. But watch this next clip, what they saying about Judge Ashley Cole. Allegedly.
The judge who hid Nolan Wells' phone strikes again. This time, it's with robbery. Let's talk about it. Right here in this photo, we see this news article published in July of this year that allegedly the judge who hid Nolan's phone paid $100,000, or tried to anyway, to rule Nolan's death as accidental. Why is nobody talking about this? Not only did she hide the phone, but she's also trying to bribe police. And yet she's still not arrested? Mississippi, FBI, what's going on? Because it seemed like there's selective enforcement here. It seems like y'all are not trying to hold this woman accountable. She was the one who had possession of Nolan's phone. And her son was one of the sons that was last spotted with Nolan.
So keep in mind, this is speculation. Some of this stuff is not true. That's definitely not true. So I don't know where she's getting that information from. As far as we know, the boys were in possession of Nolan Wells' phone, not the judge. But who's to say she didn't take part in, this being covered up by the judge somehow, some way, in a sense of her taking the phone and doing something with it within the time frame that they had it leading up to when it was, retrieved by the parents.
And then on top of that, here we are, she's allegedly bribing the police department to rule Nolan's death as an accident, willing to pay $100,000. $100,000. And yet, no arrest. Still? Yeah. It's time to get up in people's face.
Judge Ashley, $100,000? Sure, you give me that and I'll be quiet, and I wasn't even there. But nah, fool, your son going to jail, bro. Won't you save that money for these lawsuits and his commissary? Yeah.
Now, to my question. Don't you understand why people are suspicious? Because Nolan's separated from his phone, which no teen does. I get it, why he didn't have it in the water. I get that. I dive, I swim. I just went swimming with the dolphins with my twins. And yes, my phone was on the boat. But then I got it. I didn't let the boat take off without it. Then it was in the friend's custody for hours. Then we hear things may have been deleted because there's no snaps, no images, no emails going out for hours on end. And the friends had control of his phone. So at least you can admit that's why people are curious. I'm curious.
Nancy, I think it's because people are out putting out misinformation and they don't have the totality of circumstances because they haven't heard from the boys, didn't watch the interview and all of this stuff, and they feel that it's convoluted. It's very straightforward to me and very clear in many areas that the boys are saying they did not have access. Christine, Nolan's mother, is not saying unequivocally that things were deleted. She was surprised that things were not present. Therefore, she insinuated that things may have been deleted. But she did not really say that the phone was deleted. And the fact that they did not communicate with both sides, meaning that I wish that the Nolan Wells family would have communicated with these boys instead of me, would have talked to their lawyers instead of me, then therefore they could have gotten a good perspective. The boys made mention in the interview that I did with them that they told Christine, Nolan's mother, that they had his phone and his keys in their possession. Therefore, she came to get them. They turned them over. They have no access to his codes. They have no reason to delete his phone. They're claiming there's nothing that was deleted.
Did this ninja just say that everything is misconstrued because we didn't see the interview?
It's because they haven't heard from the boys, didn't watch the interview and all of this stuff.
I told y'all, everything is about promotion with these people. He mentioned that we need to go back and look at his interviews twice, which has nothing to do with what Nancy Grace asked him. Why the hell are you promoting your podcast? It don't have nothing to do with us not watching the interviews. She said, don't you think it's suspicious? Don't you think that people are justified with being worried, being as though that Nolan Wells didn't have his phone? What in the hell that got to do with us watching your program? It's promotion, y'all.
They talked about this with the medical examiner in DC. The discoloration to the back of the head shows blunt force trauma to the back of the head. The fact that the throat is missing means that they're hiding the evidence of a death, whether that be,
I think that's what it is,
blunt force trauma, then strangulation, hit you in the back of the head and then choke you to death. But this is not finna let this go. Nobody's finna let this go. No. They're not gonna get away with this shit. If I'm gonna cover this shit every week, I'm gonna say something about it every week. Rest in peace, Nolan Wells, every week. But arrest everyone involved. Arrest the parent, arrest the judge who tried to cover it up, arrest the judge who allowed them to park the boat at the house where it got cleaned.
So we don't know for a fact that this judge is trying to cover it up. I don't know why online is going crazy due to the fact that a lot of people are starting to buy into the fact that this judge may have spent $100,000 to cover up this Nolan Wells case, which is crazy. Just imagine that, though. But there's been some type of 100K figure that stems from unverified social media rumor, and it's really a Facebook post alleging that Cole paid $100,000 to bribe local law enforcement to pretty much orchestrate some type of cover up here. I don't know, chat. You guys buying that story? You buying into that? I don't know. I'm sticking to the facts. I don't want to, I don't really want to entertain, or not necessarily entertain it. I don't want to say that. I'm here to more so debunk it, at least temporarily, until otherwise, because I don't know that that's what's really going on. And if she's a judge and she has, people that she can associate with to pull some strings, why would she need to even pay any money anyways? But maybe that's what she does need, because money does talk. But at this time, there isn't any evidence at all whatsoever that confirms that this judge has, spent any money or tried to orchestrate anything that says that she's covering this up. Okay, so I don't know where, I know where it's coming from, but I don't know why people are taking this and running with it without digging up the facts here.
That, arrest the judge who tried to use her power to deceive the public, disbar her, arrest all the children involved. All the children have contradicting stories, but they was all there.
Part of my friend. You want to get rich and then
My camera don't
and then
work.
get rich and then I'm gonna build a big ass house and then I'm the party with my friends. You want to get rich and then
My camera don't
and
work.
then get rich and then I'm gonna build a big ass house and then I'm the party with my.
Not only does this show Nolan Wells' personality, but why am I playing this? One, a lot of people haven't seen it. Two, it goes to show you that he records every damn thing he do. So, where's the information in the phone?
So word has it that on the island that day they were doing MMA.
Hold on, I want to go back to that real quick here. So I like the way he said that. We're actually going to stop it here because I like that video too. But listen, it's not just the information in his phone itself. I just wonder why the mother wasn't specific when she said that there were things deleted from the phone. She was specific in the sense of saying that it was there were certain things that were deleted on the Snapchat, but she didn't really go into details as of to what exactly it was that was deleted. She really, for the most part, she pertained to Snapchat. I don't recall her ever saying that her photos or actual videos within the phone itself were actually deleted. We know when you're sending photos on Snapchat, which, either way, it's still weird. Either way you slice it. But when you send photos to somebody on Snapchat, they do automatically delete, depending on how you have your Snapchat set up, though. And I think most people do have them on, automatically delete after they're viewed twice. Because a lot of times on Snapchat, you could view the photos twice and then boom, it's gone. But then you could also send it like if it's a regular text message, and that way when they go back there, they could still go back and look at that image or that video. So it's all how you send it. It all depends on what it is, because you can set up your Snapchat to where you can save it too. So if somebody sends a photo, you can definitely save that, depending how they send that photo, though. That all depends. So I don't know, but a lot of times when people take pictures or they do videos on Snapchat, before they upload it, they save it. So if those photos or any videos that he had been, they've been deleted, again, they're going to find this in that digital evidence if that phone wasn't tampered with, though. That's the thing. And I think it was a smart move on Christine. I had a lot of time. I had the last 2-3 days to think about this, and I'm starting to think that that's a smart move on Christine's behalf, only simply because she doesn't believe, in the justice system at all. So with that being said, you already know, they got to just take this one step at a time. Even if that means getting in a little bit of trouble. I mean, this is her son here that she needs to figure out what happened to. If she lets them take completely control and lets them just do whatever they want to do, then they're going to do whatever they want to do. So, I mean, that, and if that doesn't make sense, I don't know what else will. But I mean, I get it. I get it. And at first, I was like, you know what? She needs to just let them do what they do. Trust the process. I don't know. I mean, after seeing the way the Nancy Guthrie case has gone, and she's not Nancy, Guthrie isn't even black. If this is a race thing, I mean, and again, we're not in Mississippi, so it's a whole nother ball game considering their history that they have there. But I mean, just looking at the way the FBI and everyone's dealt with the Nancy Guthrie case, I can't imagine how this could go being in Mississippi if this turns out to be going in that direction when it comes to the race thing. So listen to this. Plunder True Crime. Remember, the boys were saying that they had to kick somebody off of the property for the most part because when these people showed up, actually before we get to that audio, so apparently, when these people had showed up, the father, remember Christine said her friend, and her friend actually said it that she, went to get the phone. I can't remember her name. It's Javon's mom. She went to go pick up the phone. For whatever reason, Christine put her up to it when they got the phone. And then all of a sudden, when they had to go back at whatever time they went to go back and get the keys, because I don't really know exactly the time difference or separation between the time that they got the phone and the time that they got the keys. From what it sounds like they got the phone first. And then the father had went back to get the keys. And he claimed also that the car was parked somewhere else, though. The car was not parked at Jack's house, which is very, very interesting. I don't understand why the keys would be at Jack's house, but the car would be somewhere else. I don't understand that. But we just don't know. We don't know a lot. So I mean, it's a lot to not understand here. But we're going to continue to try to put this all together. So real quick, I want to go through this real quick here because we watched this video last time when Christine sat down and they kind of told their story with this situation that we're talking about right now. So apparently, when the dad went over there to get the keys, First of all, he said when the parents first went to Horn Island, they both claimed that their phones worked just fine. First of all, remember the boy said that you don't really get good service on there, so you can't really be uploading a bunch of Snapchats and stuff. There's been a lot of conflicting stories, right? So Nolan, so the father stated that, that his hopes and feelings said that Nolan wasn't out there because they went out there and they searched on July 5th. So that very next day, they went out and they searched there. So the father said once they searched for a bit, then law enforcement showed up and they started helping kind of search. So the father had stated that his hopes and feelings said that Nolan wasn't out there. So they were already under the impression of something really weird. So they didn't even believe initially that Nolan was somewhere on the island at all. So I don't know. Could they have taken him back out there to make it look like he was on the island? Anyway, so Nolan was out there, he said Nolan wasn't out there, so they left, okay? So his friend offered to take them out there after receiving a call from him again, after they had left. So they left and his friend offered to take him back. No, the father still felt like Nolan was not out there at that point. So it sounded like they could have been under the impression that, they had Nolan's body wrapped up on the boat or maybe somewhere around the house, because when they got to the house, they were literally getting ready to like bust it, or they did bust in the door from what it sounds like. Whether or not that they went back there and started checking the boat, I don't want to say that because I don't know for sure. But the mother said that all the kids were there, because of the location showed that there were a bunch of people there on Snapchat. Well, that's what her friend actually said when they had that interview. So the phone and the keys were at the same location. Father also claimed that they were there to pick up, the phone, apparently. So what bothered the father is when they got to the house, it was some of his, his other friends there. He didn't say who, but he claims, he was claiming someone down after they, how can I put this in words? So first of all, they were beating on the door, okay, when they got there. He's talking about somebody when he's talking about the fact that they got to the door and he had to calm this person down, but he doesn't mention who it is. Who was that person that banged on the door, burst through the door, that he had to calm down? I would like to know. And I'm going to assume that was Javon's mom. I don't know why I feel like that was Javon's mom, because I just see it in her eye. Like she could really get crazy. Okay. And I'm just saying, it's just my opinion. So these parents and whoever went to get Nolan's stuff. So according to the boys, there was like 15 people there when they went there to get the keys. So, these parents and whoever they were with went to get Nolan's stuff back, and they were already under this impression that, these kids weren't telling the truth, that Nolan wasn't even on the island. So he claims, how can I put this in words? I'm trying to remember everything the father had said here. He had claimed whoever had came, or Jax had came down at some point in time. Apparently he didn't know where the keys were at. So at that point, he walks over to his car, waits for him to find the keys. Supposedly 15 minutes later, they finally found the keys, but some girl went, and actually got the keys, because apparently the father says that one of the friends of Jax was on the phone with some girl and she knew where the keys were at. So they went and got the keys. They were on the Xbox. And supposedly, I'm assuming everything kind of just went left from there. I don't know. I don't know at what point in time things went left. And I couldn't understand what the father said at one point in time. Let's play the clip.
And so then kind of the same thing when we came to pick up the key. Elmore went up there asking for the key, didn't know where the key was, and all of a sudden we know where the key is.
But see, hold on. But see, this is another thing that bothered me too. When we got to the house, it was some of his other friends were there, you know, and they were, you know, beating on the door like, "Where Nolan there? Where Nolan there?" You know, beating on the door trying to get in the house. So I walk up to the door and I'm calming them down, because for one, okay, you're loud. Two, you're in these people's house.
See how he refers to calming them down, but he doesn't mention who he's calming down. Not that it matters. I mean, they're trying to figure out where their son is at. I get it, but that's not the best way to go about it. Apparently this person was already in the house before Jax even got down the stairs, so they pretty much committed a crime when they got there to the house. But of course he's not going to say all that, but it sounded like they literally busted in somebody's house, which is highly illegal. Not trying to throw them under the bus, I'm just telling the truth. You can't do that. So it was already left before it went left because of how they approached the situation. So I don't really know. But what was really weird to me was Jax immediately had said, before he said anything, was, you know, Nolan was like my brother. And to me, that kind of said that he was a little bit nervous. If that's the first thing you say when he's trying to be reasonable with you, when, you know, he's not even just throwing you under the bus initially, when he's just trying to get to the bottom of everything, because this father said that he wanted to, you know, go about it, you know, very nicely and smoothly, so that way that he could gain some type of trust, because he already was under the impression that they did something with Nolan and they weren't telling the truth. Listen.
So if we tear these people's house up, that's gonna be a whole nother issue. I don't want y'all bothering that. And three, I need you guys to calm down, and I need them to kind of trust me as being an adult so I can get something out of them. So I get them out the house, and then Jax finally comes down the stairs, I guess in the room. Hair all messed up like he just woke up, whatever. I said, look, I'm Nolan's father. His car's outside. I need to get his car and all his personal effects that may be left over here. And he goes, oh man, Nolan was like my brother. I said, Nolan was like my brother. I said, well, if Nolan was like your brother, would you please go and get everything of his so I can get his car, I can go home. So he walks off. 2 or 3 minutes later, he come back. I don't see the keys. Okay. So I leave out the house, go back outside, stand by the car. During that time, one of the guys that was in the house, one of the other friends, he was on the phone with a girl who was apparently there with them earlier that day. And she was telling him that his keys was on top of the Xbox in his room. So he goes back up to the door by himself, and we're still out by the car. And lo and behold, here comes the keys. So now to me, you lied to me 3 times. I don't believe nothing that you tell me, from here on out.
And this is Jax.
This is Jax.
And eventually he does give you the keys.
Yeah, eventually give.
I don't know, chat. Maybe you guys could help me with this one, but I don't see where they really necessarily lied. I think he was just under that impression because of the way that everything went. But I don't really know that necessarily Jax was lying about the keys. Maybe the phone situation, but the keys, I don't know about the keys part. And not only did it take them a while to get the keys, but it took them a while to get the phone, which is very weird. Very, very suspicious. But let's be real here. Let's just say, for example, okay, so let's just say your mom comes over, and she puts the keys down. How many people are really likely to know where the keys are at? I think that's only going to be like one person. You know, no one's really going to pay much attention to where you put your keys down. That's easy to, you know, not really take notice of if somebody puts the keys down. And what would they, you know, what would be their intent for keeping his keys in the first place? So I don't know if I kind of feel like the father kind of overthought that one a little bit when it came to the keys. Now the phone part is a whole nother story, but the keys, I don't know about the keys. What would they need to keep his keys for? I don't know about that one. But he doesn't really give me anything that indicates that they were really lying for me. I don't know, man. I need the you know, some help from the chat on this one. Help me understand why he thinks that they're lying, because I don't see it. I don't really see it when it comes to the key part. And not only that, yeah, you are absolutely 100% correct, Olivia. She says Davon's phone was on the boat too. Yeah, which he lied about. So considering that, I'm almost like wondering, you know what, did Javon, was he put up to this? Because the interview that he did alone, and somebody mentioned it, which was great. We'll play that clip in a minute. In the interview, the first interview was totally different from the second interview. And then also, he was with his mom on the second interview. Like they made sure that his mother was present on that second interview. And there is a reason why TMZ took it down. And I would love to know. I mean, TMZ is so quick to give information on every little other thing. Why ain't they telling us why they took the video down? Javon said that he was on the boat. He did mention that. But I don't understand the part with the keys. I don't understand why the father took it as he was lying. Because keys, first of all, and I was watching, oh my God, what's his name? I don't know. I'll remember his name when it comes back to me, but somebody mentioned something about the phone, and he made a real good point. Like we misplace or leave our phone behind all the time, and he quotes it, out of sight, out of mind. And I thought that was a really good point because it is so easy to forget your phone, especially when you're drunk. Especially when you're drunk. So it's so easy to overlook this, but it's so easy not to at the same time. You know, it's almost like one of those situations where you could really, like, to me, I could go both ways with it. Like, maybe he really did forget his phone. Well, no, I don't see him forgetting his phone because he always is on the phone and he never puts it down. But if you go out to an island, it's much different. Obviously, because a lot of people claim that, you know, they leave their, you know, their keys on the boat.
But there was friction getting the keys.
Yes. So for one, you tell me my son is on left still on the island with a girl. 2, you have his phone. And 3, you don't give me the keys when I ask. I don't know any father who would believe just if one of my friends did that. I'm gonna be cordial with you, but I'm gonna watch in his room. So
see, I gotta stop it there again. See, cause I don't get that. Like, how is he supposed? What are you supposed to do? Like, hey, come in. You could come look for him yourself. I'm not an adult really because it's not my house. I'm still basically a child because I live with my mom and I have to abide by their rules. So, I mean, they made it clear that they don't know these kids. So why would these kids feel comfortable letting Nolan's father come in and search for the keys? I mean, what else did he want out of the situation to make these guys feel like, or for these guys to make him believe that they were being honest about not knowing where the keys were at? So to me, it sounds more like he thought that they lied to him the second time because they lied to him the first time, or they lied to him twice, so he assumed that they lied to him 3 times. But come on, I mean, the keys are easy to misplace, and trust me, I'm not buying a lot of these boys' stories very much when it comes to certain things. But this one, I would have to say it's iffy. It's a little iffy, and I have to be honest, some of the things that they are saying do turn out to be true. Although there's some interesting things in these videos that are looking real questionable when it comes to these boys here. We'll get there in a minute, but I don't really I've never liked Warren's character in the beginning. I never liked his demeanor, the lack of emotion, some of the body language that he displays. I mean, he tries to make himself very difficult to read. I didn't like it in this last interview that they did with Mr. Brandon Tatum, but we'll get there in a minute here.
he goes back up to the door by himself, and we're still out by the car. And lo and behold, here comes the keys. So now to me, you lied to me 3 times. I don't believe nothing that you tell me from here on out.
And this is Jax.
This is Jax.
And eventually he does give you the keys.
Yeah, eventually give me
But
the
there
keys.
was friction getting the keys.
Yes. So for one, you tell me my son is on left still on the island with a girl. 2, you have his phone. And 3, you don't give me the keys when I ask. I don't know any father who would believe, just if one of my friends did that. I'm gonna be cordial with you, but I'm gonna watch you. And
Ben, I want to ask you, because I'm hearing these two parents who essentially had to become search and rescue or law enforcement, looking for their own child with such a lack.
And I get that. I don't put nothing past anybody with a sense of urgency to look for their child. But at the same time, you cannot just go barge into somebody's house. Even if it wasn't him and he walked into the house respectfully, doesn't mean somebody's not going to be just as mad if they were, just as mad at you as they were, some other person. It's not going to change the fact that somebody barged into their house demanding keys with the assumption in their head that these boys were up to no good. You can't just barge into somebody's house like that and then just flip the script and say, no, let me talk to him, calm down, get out the house, and wait at the door respectfully after the fact of you just busting in. I don't know if it works like that. For all we know, Jax could have been already sketched out. And maybe that's why he didn't come down the stairs right away. I don't know. But he said that when Jax came down the stairs, he looked like he was half asleep. But at the end of the day, what was super, super weird though? Hold on. I mean, I'm not going to lie. When they said that they were going to the next location, and I guess that was to go pick up the car, it was super weird because they had said that his parents or his grandparents did not know about this, which was very, very suspicious to me. If you got a missing friend and it was like your brother, quote unquote, why wouldn't your parents know? Why wouldn't your grandparents know? That would be like some viral news that you could not hold back from sharing with your grandparents. I mean, it's not something you wait to tell somebody tomorrow, the next hour. You call them and tell them. That's something I'd have a urge to tell somebody, everybody, especially the people closest to me, that somebody's missing, especially the superstar of the football team. That's not something I'm holding back from sharing those details with my grandparents, but everybody's different, I guess. You can't really assume, because of the way you would handle the situation, but I don't know. That just didn't sit with me very well. Justice says the boys are innocent. Hey, they're innocent until proven guilty. That's for sure. They are innocent until proven guilty.
Urgency.
I can't call it. You know me, I'm not going to just assume that. I just don't like, okay. As a matter of fact, we'll just jump straight to this video here. But real quick, this is what one thing that does prove, and it's only a little bit, it's not a whole lot of dispatch. But listen to this here.
Pine Drive, maybe the inner
Plunder True Crime.
People from
Shouts to Plunder True Crime.
earlier tonight are now harassing us.
All right, listen to this.
Reported missing. There was this harassment of boaters.
Can you respond to Pine Drive, maybe the inner Harbor Park? Those people from the Signal 80 from earlier tonight are now harassing other people at this area.
Just 1 minute.
It's 36. They're actually going to be at Jen Persian Avenue.
Just 1 minute. Yeah, PD, what exactly is going on with this call?
The people from the Signal 80 from earlier tonight are harassing these people on the boat. They believe that they have connection to this missing juvenile.
Got it.
Very interesting. All right, let's go back one more time. This lady plays her audio because I think she doesn't like when people steal her audio and maybe use it. I don't know, but we got to hear it one more time. And I couldn't find this audio anywhere else. So if you guys got a link, share it with me and we'll listen to the audio somewhere else. But I don't think that they have the full audio as of yet. Well, she does it as far as this dispatch call.
Nolan was reported missing. There was this harassment of boaters.
Can you respond to Pine Drive, maybe the inner Harbor Park? Those people from the Signal 80 from earlier tonight are now harassing other people at this area.
Just 1 minute.
It's 36. They're actually going to be at Person Avenue.
Yeah, PD, what exactly is going on with this call?
The people from the Signal 80 from earlier tonight are harassing these people on the boat. They believe that they have connection to this missing juvenile.
The people are harassing boaters. This might be related to Nolan, and it might.
Oh, that's most certainly related to Nolan. I think she plays another part of the audio somewhere along the way in this video, but that's pretty much it. It's not a whole lot of audio that she shares from what I can see here. And it's a fairly long video, so I don't want to go through the whole video, but there are other times where she does share some audio.
Calls. This is at 11:45 p.m. Now, this is that same El Camino Road house. Now, I'm going to have to drop out some of the address, of course. I don't want to dox anyone. I don't want anyone being in danger.
70.
True crime audio.
El Camino Road, reference to a missing persons report from the east side.
11:45 p.m., about 40 minutes after Christine got the call about Nolan being missing, that same house where they departed from, whosever house that is, it's some doctor, allegedly this woman, but I don't know how she's related to any of the friends. This El Camino Road house, they call.
Let me hear that one more time.
It's about one being in danger.
70.
True crime audio.
El Camino Road, reference to a missing persons report from the east side.
11:45 p.m., about 40 minutes after Christine got the call about Nolan being missing, that same house where they departed from, whosever house that is, it's some doctor, allegedly this woman, but I don't know how she's related to any of the friends. This El Camino Road house, they call. It says, in reference to a missing persons report from the east side, and Nolan's house is east of this home. Now, 5 minutes later, or it could be much later, I've been looking at, Crime Radar and pulling what I can, Broadcastify, and if you're on the app versus the website versus whatever, different ones give you different times. So I'm trying to get the timing accurate. If you want all the raw audio files, I'm going to upload them on Patreon. You can hear them all yourselves. Figure out the times yourself. I did the best I could. So it's either 11:50 p.m. There's a domestic dispute either 5 minutes later. This is only 40 minutes after Nolan's mom originally got that 11:07 call. Now, per Crime Radar, and I've heard this Big Ridge Road in Biloxi before, per Crime Radar, this location, it was 11:50 p.m. Per Broadcastify, it was a couple hours later. The times are difficult to track, but it's neither here nor there. It says the reporting party said they're trying to get keys to a vehicle, but a male is refusing to give them to her and her daughter. And then we're going to talk about more of a little bit of a, harassing the people on the boat later.
It's going to be at Bridgewater Park Apartments, 14 Big Ridge Road, 14 Big Ridge Road. They said they're in front of apartment building 7. RP said they're trying to get keys to a vehicle, but a male is refusing to give them to her and her daughter. Dispatch could hear them yelling in the background. RP did say that it is almost physical, but not physical yet.
10-4, you say apartment building 7?
10-4. 10-4,
I don't know if that call is true, though.
43, I'm getting tired.
10-4.
What's going on, Jack? Show me at 23 at Bridgewater.
10-4.
So I believe this event.
I don't know if that call would be true. We'll hear that one more time because those Nolan parents, it doesn't look like they live in an apartment. I don't know. I've never seen Nolan Wells' mother's house or anything, so I can't say. But that call doesn't seem like that call lines up.
Harassing the people on the boat later.
It's going to be at Bridgewater Park Apartments, 14 Big Ridge Road, 14 Big Ridge Road. They said they're in front of apartment building 7. RP said they're trying to get keys to a vehicle, but a male is refusing to give them to her and her daughter. Dispatch could hear them yelling in the background. RP did say that it is almost physical, but not physical yet.
10-4, you say apartment building 7?
10-4. 10-4, Station 2 to 30, are you 43?
43, I'm getting tired.
10-4.
What's going on, Jack? Show me at 23 at Bridgewater.
10-4.
So I believe this event is tied to, it might fall in line with after Nolan's mom, you know, got the news. So she sent her friend to Shima.
Yeah, I don't think that call that she pulled right there is definitely has anything to do. That first one, though, for sure, because it's about a boat. It's talking about how the boys were saying that they had to remove somebody or get somebody removed off the property because they wouldn't leave. And I mean, it lines up because Nolan's dad also said that, you know, somebody had busted in the house that he came with and he had to calm them down, and then get them to get out of the house. So, I mean, that one definitely aligns to me for sure. Didn't Nolan live with his grandfather? How would his mother know what he was wearing? Wasn't his mother at work? He knew what he was wearing because somebody sent her a photo. She knew what he was wearing because somebody had sent her that photo of them on the island. And that's why she posted that photo on her Facebook on July 5th. And that's one of the reasons why the boys are not too happy with her, because that's what started a lot of the controversy online. Why would they call the Coast Guard if Nolan died on the boat? No, we don't know if he died on the boat. But if he did, I mean, wait, are you referring to the boys? Because the boys didn't call the Coast Guards. I mean, they did, but I don't recall them ever showing up. I mean, they got that boat moving because Bart came and assisted them. So, I mean, even if they spoke to Coast Guards, they didn't see Coast Guards in person from what I heard. Or from what it sounds like. It don't seem like they ever, you know, spoke to Coast Guard in person. Kim Jones says Nolan didn't live with his parents. I don't know if Nolan lived with his parents. I don't know. I couldn't answer that question. That's yet to be confirmed. But at the end of the day, I mean, if he didn't live with his parents, none of those people that claim to claim him have came forward. The only person that's claiming him is his mother. So, I mean, I think that that's all that matters at this point. You know, I don't know what that would really change if we find out that Nolan only lived with, you know, his that he only lived with his his grandparents, and he didn't live with his his actual mom. I don't know what that would really change, though. What would be the difference? All right, y'all. We're gonna keep it pushing here, though. We definitely gotta keep it moving here. I really want to get to Nancy Grace's video as well. But I mean, these TikToks are crazy as well. At least some of the ones that I'm getting ready to play here. I mean, some of these people are exposing some of the behaviors and body language coming from some of these young boys. Well, the three in particular in this interview, Seymour Jax, Jack Seymour, and Warren, which is rather interesting. Motown, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Motown. God bless you, Motown. Green Bay Mix, it looks like Hopeful. Is it? Oh, no, Half Full. Juan Ramirez, Tarek, and one other person I'm missing, Nina, are officially members, all thanks to Motown, man. God bless you, Motown. I appreciate that. Much love. Playing devil's advocate here, unless the car was in their name, are the parents legally entitled to the keys? I mean, they are, especially if they got permission from his grandparents. Perhaps let's just say that they were the legal guardians of Nolan. I mean, who's to say they aren't? I mean, and as long as she can show proof, which I'm pretty sure they haven't questioned at all, that she is the legal guardian, that's really all she needs. Good point, though. I mean, a good, thanks for bringing that up. I mean, it's something to talk about for sure, but I don't think that really matters. I don't think that would really change anything at all. Let's run this TikTok here, man. These TikToks are crazy. I had to do TikTok tonight because it was just some crazy, interesting videos on here. So I already know you guys saw this video here. This is that argument that took place here. Remember, Tristan was saying that was him. I believe Javon said that was actually Nolan. It wasn't Tristan. So I don't know what Tristan's deal is. Perhaps it wasn't him. I would have loved to be able to hear or see who we're hearing in this audio here. I've never actually heard this audio.
Secret Service Sam here with a Nolan Xavier Wells update. Sorry, skin cancer. Anywho, make sure you wear your sunscreen, kids. TMZ just interviewed a man who was up in a plane, and he was one of the people who spotted Nolan on Horns Island. He said he saw the body at the shoreline, laying face down on the sand. He said he could see no visible injuries. From that height, it matched the area. It matched his blue swim trunks. Now, mind you, he's 450 feet in the air, so it's not a good ground view that he had. But he did say normally when a body has been floating, there is some bloating, and he didn't notice any bloating. He says that he was not in the water long and that the water was a high temp. He had a low body mass. So let's hear that again. He was not in the water long. Now, what does this mean? I mean, if they found him on the 6th, that means they said usually somebody will pop up after 4 days. He popped up. Secret Service Sam here with a Nolan Xavier Wells.
Not really, though. You could be realistically, you could. You could if you want to sit. If you're motivated enough to do it, yeah. Like I made a phone call to my mom, and I had to call her like 8 times before she picked up because either her service was bad, she was on the back side of the aisle, on the south side, or my service was bad, and it was just hard to get through. But like if I went and posted a video on Snapchat, like honestly, I don't think it would like either post or send to somebody.
We have a new update regarding Nolan Wells, and I'm going to say it. It is a bombshell piece of information regarding the Nolan Wells investigation. Over the last couple of days, you've heard
Nolan Wells audio distress.
This is the
No.
That looks pretty long. Tritons are built to hold massive amount of fish. As you can see in this picture of the Triton, that's his leg compared to the door, y'all. Just in this area alone, that is deep enough and long enough to place a body.
Wouldn't you think that you would have seen no one on the bottom of on the floor or something?
Look at their fucking body language.
Or scrambling around, or everybody in a small space on the boat looking at him.
Morgan tenses up and starts shaking his leg, and you can see his face, and he immediately looks over.
Wouldn't you think that you would have seen no one on the bottom of on the floor or something? Or scrambling around, or everybody in a small space on the boat looking at him.
Warren is staring. Warren, you breathing pretty hard there, Bob.
Wouldn't you think that you would have seen no one on the bottom on the floor or something? Or scrambling around, or everybody in a small space on the boat looking at him.
In my last video, I show you that there's 2 doors up under here. As you can see up under Wyatt's brother. Specifically some up to 6.5 feet long. Nolan Wells was 6'1". I find it fucking creepy that you would say something like that, Jax. I mean, you said it. Another photo of the Triton. I did notice the sticker's different. This one is green, but it could be changed every so often. Oh yeah, look at this. Wyatt's brother Ikey has a fishing account. He named it the Fish Killing Machine, but better yet, he states that I have a lot of connections on the Gulf Coast from Alabama to Louisiana. So I guess that allegedly makes sense as to why Wyatt would call Cito, because y'all were brothers, and brothers always share connections. Allegedly, right? That looks pretty long.
So I like his point to some of the things that I really took notice to in these interviews, which was Warren. When you see him in this interview here, you could tell that he wasn't happy with some of the things that Jax and is it Seymour? I can't pronounce his first name. I always forget the other guy's first name. But you could tell he wasn't too happy. Like, he was super upset. At one point in time, he shakes his head. What would you be shaking your head for if you guys are totally innocent? And not only that, I mean, these guys there's nothing that they should say or be able to say that should make you angry in an interview about your close friend, your brother. There's nothing that they should be able to say for, them to feel uncomfortable, to be breathing heavily, or to be upset about. I don't get it. So I watch this again. He points out, just a couple little moments where it doesn't look too good. It definitely looks like he's a little bit upset about something. And even to the point where he even shakes his head at one point.
Or scrambling around, or everybody in a small space on the boat looking at him.
Morgan tenses up and starts shaking his leg, and you can see his face, and he immediately looks over.
Like, what do you think that you would have seen on the bottom on the floor or something? Or scrambling around, or everybody in a small space on the boat looking at him.
Warren is staring. Warren, you breathing pretty.
And then that turn, that turn was so weird. I pointed out one point in time where they both immediately turned to a question. Like, you could just tell these kids at first they seem comfortable, but if you really pay attention, they don't seem like they're very comfortable. And you can see some things are intentional to make them look like they're make themselves look comfortable, but really they're very uncomfortable. Because you can see Jax in the middle there. He's very uncomfortable. He's got his hands in his pocket, and that's, to me, he's trying to make it look like he's comfortable, and in reality, he's not.
You would have seen on the bottom on the floor or something, or scrambling around, or everybody in a small space on the boat looking at him.
Warren is staring. Warren, you breathing pretty hard there, Bob.
What do you think that you would have seen on the bottom on the floor or something, or scrambling around, or everybody in a small space on the boat looking at him?
In my last video, I'll show you that there's
look at the disappointment. Who
my last video, I'll show you that there's 2 doors up under here. As you
no, really though, who breathes like that? And then they're very disappointed right after the fact of breathing hard. I mean, look at him.
Or scrambling around, or everybody in a small space on the boat looking at him.
In my last video, I'll show you that there's 2 doors up under here. As you can see up under Wyatt.
That's a little weird to me. Very weird.
And they sent me to his house, which that boat had never even been in the water. Wyatt did. I never even really talked to Warren. The whole time I was in the house, I spoke with Wyatt. Wyatt is the one who had the phone that supposedly was in his truck or whoever. But Wyatt is who I talked to. I never talked to Warren. I'm not sure why Warren is doing that. But I turned the camera around directly on Wyatt and told my sister. Outside somewhere. They said it was in the truck. I'm not sure where it was at. It took them at least 15 minutes to bring me the phone. By this time, the boys will start, because Wyatt started getting jazzy at the mouth. So my son, Jalen, was like, hey, you better watch your tone. Like, don't get smart, my mama.
Right.
Because we trying to see what Nolan, because we trying to figure out why y'all see y'all ass up here chilling and Nolan missing.
I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Hold on, wait a minute. First of all, look, I done heard this voice 1,000 times, and I'm not going to make the assumption off of that, but I could just tell by the way she's talking, like, there are some black women out here that can get crazy real quick, okay? And there are some women, period, that'll get crazy real quick. But I could just tell, like, she got that hoodness in her, okay? Been there, done that. When it, I'm from the hood. Trust me, I know. And I want to say this might be the person that went a little crazy when they got to the door. This might just be who I was just talking about a second ago. Because I thought it was, I'm assuming that it's Javon's mom that just was ready to just go straight through that house and tear that whole house apart and raise hell, just to figure out something about, whatever they thought that, could have happened to Nolan. Run that back.
And they sent me to his house, which that boat had never even been in the water. Wyatt did.
That's her. That's Javon's mom. That is her. Wow, I ain't seen this video yet. Interesting.
And they sent me to his house, which that boat had never even been in the water. Wyatt did. I never even really talked to Warren. The whole time I was in the house, I spoke with Wyatt. Wyatt is the one who had the phone that supposedly was in his truck.
She did not say this at all when they had that interview. Like, this one's way more detailed. Why are you saying, all right, just run it.
Or whoever. But Wyatt is who I talked to. I never talked to Warren. I'm not sure why Warren is doing that. But I turned the camera around directly on Wyatt and told my sister. Outside somewhere. They said it was in the truck. I'm not sure where it was at. It took them at least 15 minutes to bring me the phone. By this time, the boys will start, because Wyatt started getting jazzy at the mouth. So my son, Jalen, was like, hey, you better watch your tone. Like, don't get smart, my mama.
Right.
Because we trying to see what Nolan, because we trying to figure out why y'all seen y'all ass up in here chilling and Nolan missing. So that's when I asked again, where's the phone? She's gone. That's when he told me she was going to get it. I said, oh, she must have to go back to Horn Island truck outside. Now, mind you, we had to pass all the cars to walk in the house. It's just it's a bunch of lies. I don't feel the need to, like I said, when they go to mentioning Javon, I'm going to say and stand up behind mine every single time. As far as me and that nudge and shit, I don't feel the need to explain anything to you.
Nah, that's the same lady, y'all. That's got to be the same lady. Run it back. Hold on. All right, real quick. Hold on. We'll do this. Hold on. That's the same voice we heard when she did the interview. Now the pictures look like they different because she's like changing up the way she looks. Hold on, we'll go here because she plays some of the interview that they did, and I don't have it ready to go on my end. We'll compare right now. But she's talking about Jalen and she's talking about Javon. Those are her boys. All right, so take a look. I'll let y'all be the judge. All right, so look. There's her. Okay. In that interview, Javon is right next to her. Y'all remember the interview. All right, we'll go back. Hold on.
With her.
Oh, but real quick, let me let you hear her voice.
Her son, Nolan's mom, she was.
Oh, I don't think she plays it in this one, actually. Hold on. We'll just take a look at we'll just look at her picture first. And I'll have to find the interview, but that's her. I mean, that voice, you ain't gonna forget that voice. All right, so there's her. Y'all can see her. Where my mouse. Okay, let's go back. And by the way, she's with Nolan. This is a very close friend of Christine's. Okay, there's not gonna be too many people that are an adult with Nolan while he's, graduating as well. All right, boom. All right, we'll go back. We'll just find a better photo.
Wyatt started getting jazzy.
Okay, let's match up the nose real quick, actually. Nose looks the same. Identical nose. This is her. She just looks different. She looks darker, and
I told my sister.
Unless she's posting pictures of her sister, like this is her sister or something, which is very interesting. Who put this together? That is crazy. Who is that? That has to be her. Let me see. Has she got a mole? Who is the girl on this video? All right, stumble back real quick. It must be. Are they showing different pictures? No, it's the same necklace and everything. That's her. That's her. That's the same girl. She has contacts. Yeah, so she's throwing me off. And then she be having different hair and stuff too, different make. Yeah, it's the same girl, guys. This chat really don't think that's the same girl, huh? That's the same girl. She is way more detailed in this video. Run that back.
They sent me to.
And then right here, okay, this is a good picture right here. Hold on.
Yeah.
Right there. That's the one right there. Bam. Okay, hold on. That's the same person without contacts. with context, without context, with context, without context. That's the same girl, same necklace and everything. Run that through.
No, Wyatt did. I never even really talked to Warren. The whole time I was in the house, I spoke with Wyatt.
And she's talking about being in the house. She is the one who bust through this house. I knew it was her. I just knew it was her. She was in the house. What are you doing in the house? Not only that, his father said that he had to calm her down. Like he had to calm somebody down and get them out of the house. He doesn't explain how long that situation itself took, by the way. He just says that he had to get them out of the house. He said, let me talk to them so I can get them to trust me. Because they were already under the impression, and I think, and I said this, I swear I said this last week, if you've been watching, I said, I think she has a friend who's put some stuff in her head that kind of makes her think, you know, when you have that friend who kind of gets you thinking and really gets you like to overthink, I feel like she would be that friend who gets a little too beside herself and she'll throw things out there and she'll get you kind of thinking to the point where you're overthinking the situation and you're thinking something is really going on when it's really not. Not to say that this happening in this case. However, I think that she is like that type of friend. I can hear it. I can hear it in her voice. And I've heard, like I said, I've met somebody just like this person before. But I could just hear it. I mean, just because of where I come from, I mean, I just know. And I mean, people are going to say I'm throwing black people under the bus, but listen, a lot of black people do not know how to handle situations appropriately. I have to be honest. And that's what Tatum will say. He'll say that, you know, people will throw him under the bus and say he's doing his African American people wrong because he's telling them a fact. So people say, so apparently you're not supposed to. You're apparently you're putting black people down when you say that, when you're giving a fact, you know what I'm saying? So you're just supposed to lie because the person's black? No, you don't. That ain't how it goes. You know what I'm saying? That's not how it goes. Run that through.
Someone had the phone that supposedly was in, and they sent me to his house, which that boat had never even been in the water. Wyatt did. I never even really talked to Warren. The whole time I was in the house, I spoke with Wyatt. Wyatt is the one had the phone that supposedly was in his truck or whoever. But Wyatt is who I talked to. I never talked to Warren. I'm not sure why Warren is doing that. But I turned the camera around directly on Wyatt and told my sister. Outside somewhere. They said it was in the truck. I'm not sure where it was at. It took them at least 15 minutes to bring me the phone.
Yep,
by this time the boys will start, because Wyatt started getting jazzy at the mouth. So my son Jalen was like, hey, you better watch your tone, like don't get smart, my mama.
Right.
Cause we trying to see what Nolan, cause we trying to figure out why y'all seen y'all ass up in here chilling and Nolan missing. So that's when I asked again, where's the phone? She's gone. That's when he told me she was gonna get it. I said, oh, she must have to go back to Horn Island truck outside. Now, mind you, we had to pass all the cars to walk in the house. It's just it's a bunch of lies. I don't feel the need to, like I said, when they go to mentioning Javon, I'm gonna say and stand up behind mine every single time. As far as me and that nudge and shit, I don't feel the need to explain anything to any of y'all.
That's deep. That is that. And then, you know, the fact that this is posted by somebody else is already too late for her to, you know, delete this and, you know, act like it never happened. So she had to go with this story that she's already told to somebody else. I mean, that is crazy, guys. I haven't heard it in as much details as it was. If we go compare this to the video, she's not as detailed in this video as she is when she did, you know, that interview when she was next to Javon, and also Christine was present as well. She didn't say that Wyatt got mouthy and all this and that and the third. That's very interesting. And I said it. I mean, she's got a very definitive attitude. You could just hear the sassiness in her voice. You could just, I mean, she's displaying her sassiness by replaying it, sharing the story, replaying it in her head, telling you how it went. That's exactly who that was. So now we know who, you know, the father had to calm down. And I already assumed that it was her because she's the one who went and got the keys. She was the one who went and got the phone. I'm sorry, she got the phone. So it sounds like they either came back within within minutes, or this all went down when they went and got the phone in the first place. But I get it. Just think about it. Play it in your head. You know, you don't think somebody's telling you the truth. Your son is missing. You think your son is in that house somewhere. Where's the boat? Where's the boat at? Where's the boat? Is the boat here? And then you're demanding them to show you the boat because they're already kind of like, whoa, calm down. They're trying to, you know, de-escalate the situation because they're trying to tell you, look, we don't have anything to do with this. Lo and behold, you're thinking they're trying to cover it up. So you don't really have any idea, you know, how to take this whole situation, you know, or maybe they are trying to cover it up, and they're trying to just keep them calm. And the fact that they just throw out there in the middle of all of it, look, no, yeah, my parents don't even know about this yet because they're already like, look, all right, we're going to go over to your grandpa's house then and see if Nolan's over there. You know what I mean? It's all like, it went left for sure. This whole thing went left. And I guarantee you they had to call the police on her to get her off the property because she was the one who was the most bravest one out of them all to take this a little bit too far. And unfortunately, the cops had to get involved. I'm assuming, though, it's just my theory. That's my take on it. Let's skip through.
And they sent me to his house, which that boat had never even been in the water. Wyatt did. I never even really talked to Warren. The whole time I was in the house, I spoke with Wyatt. Wyatt is the one who had the phone that supposedly was in his truck or whoever. But Wyatt is who I talked to. I never talked to Warren. I'm not sure why Warren is doing that.
Tension was high due to the circumstances. Olivia says Javon's mom has a mole. This is, so listen, when she mentions her sister, she's showing a picture of her sister. This girl has on a different necklace. All right, I'll show you one more time. So like this video that was done, and they see, by the way, actually, who's ever doing this video is showing the sister. I think that other picture that we're seeing is the sister. There's the mole right there. So if you're looking for the mole, there's the mole. So this is the lady that we're hearing on the phone. Or whoever she's, if it's a sit-down interview, I don't know. It sounds like she's on the phone, though. And makeup can also, makeup can also cover that. So either way, you could clearly see, you know, that there's a mole there.
I said, oh, she must have to go back to Horn.
All of these pictures. But when she says sister, boom, you know, she throws her sister up there. Like, yeah, they're my sister right there. Like, whoever it is that made this video is just like trying to be on point with the video so people are following who she's specifically talking about. When she mentions Nolan, when she mentions Javon, they throw Javon up or a picture of her and Javon. You know what I'm saying? So I'll play it one more time.
And they sent me to his house, which that boat had never even been in the water. Wyatt did. I never even really talked to Warren. The whole time I was in the house, I spoke with Wyatt. Wyatt is the one who had the phone that supposedly was in his truck or whoever. But Wyatt is who I talked to. I never talked to Warren. I'm not sure why Warren is doing that. But I turned the camera around directly on Wyatt and told my sister outside somewhere. So
I don't know if this is still her, but I'm assuming that that's her sister. Because that looks like a completely different person to me. All the other ones look like her.
Where they said it was in the truck. I'm not sure where it was at. It took them at least 15 minutes to bring me the phone. By this time, the boys will start, because Wyatt started getting jazzy at the mouth. So my son, Jalen, was like, hey, you better watch your tone. Like, don't get smart, my mama.
Right.
Because we trying to see what Nolan, because we trying to figure out why y'all see y'all ass up here chilling and Nolan missing. So that's when I asked again, where's the phone? She's gone. That's when he told me she was going to get it. I said, oh, she must have to go back to Horn Island truck outside. Now, mind you, we had to pass all the cars to walk in the house. It's just it's a bunch of lies. I don't feel the need to, like I said, when they go to mentioning Javon, I'm going to say and stand up behind mine every single time. As far as me and that nudge and shit, I don't feel the need to explain anything to any of y'all.
She's not referring to anybody like that's her friends. She's referring to Javon as her son. She's referring to Jalen as her son. Not only that, she says when Wyatt gets mouthy, Jalen gets on dude, Wyatt, and says, you better stop talking to my mom like that. You're gonna have to deal with me. So this all spiraled out. Not only that, I don't even know. It sounds like it took Nolan's dad some time to really de-escalate this situation. So this was a whole commotion, which the dad doesn't explain that part, because he leaves that whole part out, and then he says, well, after he goes by the car, he says he went by the car and waited for them to look for the keys. Really, he went by the car because he probably didn't want to be involved in this whole altercation that was about to take off. So he waits by the car while they're doing whatever they're doing. And then finally he says Jack comes downstairs or whatever at some point in time, and Jack looked like he was asleep. There's no way Jack was asleep through all of this. I'm telling you right now. That just, by the way, the father mentions to her, I'm sure it was her, that you're loud. He said it. He said, you're loud. And two, he says, you were in these people's house. He didn't want, he said he didn't need them. And I think he said bargaining, but I don't know if that's really actually what he said. But he says, we don't need you, bargaining with these people. Let's listen.
Some of his other friends were there to the house.
And the same thing when we came to pick up the key. Elmore went up there asking for the key, didn't know where the key was, and all of a sudden we know where the key is.
But see, hold on. But see, this is another thing that bothered me too. When we got to the house, it was some of his other friends were there, and they were, beating on the door like, "Where Nolan there? Where Nolan there?" Beating on the door trying to get in the house. So I walk up to the door and I'm calming them down, because for one, okay, you're loud. Two, you're in these people's house. So if you tear these people's house up, that's gonna be a whole nother issue. I don't want y'all bothering it. And three, I need you guys to calm down, and I need them to kind of trust me as being an adult so I can get something out of them. So I get them out the house, and then Jax finally comes down the stairs, I guess in the room. Hair all messed up like he just woke up, whatever. I said, look.
See, he says, I get them out the house. Notice how when they're both telling their story, they don't mention each other's name, because they don't want to, incriminate each other or throw any of each other under the bus. I mean, they're a team; they're working together. Of course, they're not going to do that. So he refers to Jalen's mom, or Javon's mom, and Jalen's mom as them, instead of directly saying who it was that he needed to calm down.
Bothered me too. When we got to the house, it was some of his other friends were there, and they were, beating on the door like, "Where Nolan there? Where Nolan there?" Beating on the door trying to get in the house. So I walk up to the door and I'm calming them down, because for one, okay, you're loud. Two, you're in these people's house. So if you tear these people's house up, that's gonna be a whole nother issue. I don't want y'all bothering it. And three, I need you guys to calm down, and I need them to kind of trust me as being an adult so I can get something out of them. So I get them out the house, and then Jax finally comes down the stairs, I guess in the room. Hair all messed up like he just woke up, whatever. I said, look, I'm Nolan's father. His car's outside. I need to get his car and all his personal effects that may be left over here. And he goes, oh man, Nolan was like my brother. I said, Nolan was like my brother. I said, well, if Nolan was like your brother, would you please go and get everything of his so I can get his car?
That is not how you said it. Stop lying. You wasn't that nice. You need to be honest. You was not that nice, because this was already spiraling in a different direction. There ain't no way he was that nice. No way. Now, he looks like he could get pretty mean too, and I'm not trying to throw him under the bus, but I would probably be pretty scared of that guy. I'd be pretty intimidated. That's a big dude. Well, I'm not going to be scared of nobody, but I would definitely have a little bit of nerves ringing in my body, though. But still, that's a big dude. You can't lie. That's a big dude. That's a scary guy. Now, he does have some little tiny hands, but that's a big dude. If you're a kid and you're 18, he's going to put fear in your heart for sure. You are going to be scared.
I can go home. Go home was big, start me. His car's outside. I need to get his car and all his personal effects that may be left over here. And he goes, oh man, Nolan was like my brother. I said, Nolan was like my brother. I said, well, if Nolan was like your brother, would you please go and get everything of his so I can get his car, I can go home. So he walks off. 2 or 3 minutes later, he come back. I don't see the keys. Okay. So I leave out the house, go back outside, stand by the car. During that time, one of the guys that was in the house, one of the other friends, he was on the phone with a girl who was apparently there with them earlier that day. And she was telling him that his keys was on top of the Xbox in his room. So he goes back up to the door by himself, and we're still out by the car. And lo and behold, here comes the keys. So now to me, you lied to me 3 times.
Nah. Come on, man. You gotta tell the real story. He said they went by the car. How you gonna de-escalate a situation waiting by the car? At what point in time did you go back over there to de-escalate this whole situation? Because this thing went left all the way to the point where they had to get somebody out of there. The moment that they got there at Jack's house, this went left and it stayed left. The only way it went, it was ever de-escalated is because of the fact that the police had to come out there. And by the time they got there, they had to get that lady out of that property in order for this thing to be, de-escalated. There was no other way that this went any other way. He is not being honest. Unless he got out of there and left before the police got there because he didn't want to, be anywhere involved. But it sounds like he tried to de-escalate the situation, but he could not because that girl was going crazy. It sounds like she was just going crazy. Not only that, her son was already there he was already ready to beat up Wyatt. That is not how you handle a situation. I get it though. I get it. Cause I would be ready to, I'm not gonna lie. I'm ready to go crazy if my kid's missing though. I get it. But the best thing to do is probably remain calm because it's not going to really get anywhere. If you're getting ready to, beat somebody down because you feel like they're responsible for what, happened to your child. But this is a proof in the pudding right there that things are just being left out and they're not saying everything on both ends. And I said that before. I already called this, and here we are tonight. We're figuring out like they're just leaving things out. They're not being honest about everything. Nobody is. But I mean, for the sake, you have to, for the sake of investigation and things that are going on, for the sake of the controversy, for the sake of criticism. I mean, people are constantly criticizing every bit of this that they possibly can. But me, I'm just going to be honest about it all. I already see it for what it is. I just don't know, whether or not this was a drowning or, I don't really know all the, the details like that, but I don't know if this was accidental or drowning or it was an intentional murder. I don't know. And I'm not going to say that I know either until we have some more factual information that's going to prove otherwise. But come on, man, this is crazy. I'm glad I watched these TikToks tonight though, because these TikToks are definitely where it's at. We got to start streaming on TikTok too, because TikTok is it right now from what I heard. Let's continue these TikToks here real quick. We didn't even we only got to the 3rd TikTok tonight. That's crazy. Lo and behold. I hadn't even watched all but 2 of them before stream either. So I did not expect that. That one shocked me.
And they sent me to his.
So why did I see a snippet of Javon, which is Nolan Wells' best friend? He did another interview, but this time his mother was sitting on the side of him, okay? And I'm just gonna say this. His second interview was nothing like the first. So now we got him saying like, oh, he know Nolan Wells very well. That's his best friend. And he would never stay behind on the island without his phone, or he would never even volunteer to, not leave with the people he came with. He's also saying that that is indeed, Nolan Wells' voice that he heard on the video. He said he know for sure that it's Nolan Wells' voice. Listen, at this point, I don't know what to believe from him. Because, like I said, the first interview, was nothing like the second one. Like, Javon, now you acting like a concern, you know, and that may be the case. I'm not gonna take away from that. I think maybe something clicked in his head, like, you know what? I need to do more. As a friend, as that be my best friend, my kind of like a brother, I need to do more and step to the plate. So that's probably what you're doing.
Well, if you guys want to see my latest video, you gotta go to my other page. Yep, that's right. I've gotten my 4th one. Normally, I just re-record it. It was like a 9-minute video, y'all.
So if you don't remember her, Nerdy Pink Panda, she has dug up a lot of good information on this case for sure. So good that, you know, I think investigators have reached out to her. Somebody did, asking her to remove some of the content that she's pushed out there. So we'll see what this is.
I don't have the bandwidth today. It's pretty much the same. It's just Nerdy Pink Panda 00. I tag myself in the comment section, so make sure y'all like and interact.
This actually isn't one. Okay, we'll skip.
You guys, maybe we should go back in and listen again to the Cito audio, huh? Yes. Because this is breaking news. You guys haven't picked up on this on the Cito audio. There is a girl's voice on the Cito audio saying, "You're about to hit a stop sign." Okay? Where is there a stop sign at? Please tell me.
Yeah, she bumped her head. She needs to go to sleep.
They talked about this with the medical examiner in DC. The discoloration to the back of the head shows blunt force trauma to the back of the head.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that the throat is missing means that they're hiding the evidence of a death, whether that be strangulation.
I think that's what it is.
Blunt force trauma, then strangulation, hit you in the back of the head and then choke you to death. But niggas is not finna let this go. Nobody's finna let this go. They're not gonna get away with this shit. If I'm gonna cover this shit every week, I'm gonna say something about it every week. Rest in peace, Nolan Wells, every week. But arrest everyone involved. Arrest the parent, arrest the judge who tried to cover it up, arrest the judge who allowed them to park the boat at the house where it got cleaned at, arrest the judge who tried to use her power to deceive the public, disbar her, arrest all the children involved. All the children have contradicting stories, but they was all there. Where the fuck is this young nigga who's saying, "Oh, if y'all don't come out and tell the truth, I'm gonna expose you"? You know something. Arrest that nigga too.
Yeah.
What's up?
I think about this every day. Like, I wish we would have never went out on the 4th of July because I knew this wouldn't have happened. Nolan wouldn't be gone, and like it's really hard to think about because it's like I wish I would have.
You knew what?
I think we all can admit that the medical examiner, the Ocean Springs Police Department, all the way up to the state of Mississippi, they are just acting weird. When it comes to this Nolan Wells case, the way they've handled the family, the way they've kept resources, valuable, time-sensitive evidence, it's just not typical. It does not make any sense. Withholding the autopsy this long, over a month.
And who is this XX Temptation?
TMZ and officer playing in our face. Y'all are playing in our face yet again. Cause help me understand how it would make any logical sense that the photo that you're showing us of the boys allegedly being towed on the boat could be happening at the same time that the emergency call went in. Help me understand. I'm just asking. I just need to understand the logic behind this.
We now have new video that shows he was not on the boat after leaving Horn Island.
So in the video, you can see somebody on the phone, and there was an emergency call that, was later released.
I also find it odd that y'all are not referring to the photo as the alleged photo. Y'all are not referring to the photo of the boys being towed on the boat as alleged.
Jeez.
So y'all have confirmation that that is actually from that day? TMZ, who says allegedly like nobody else in the world and has lawyers on their team. Y'all didn't think to say that it was alleged? It's getting weird.
To you.
Connected.
Tito Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can you all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles?
It's all fake on TikTok? I don't know about that one. Some of it, yeah. I mean, that's everywhere for social media. Facebook, I would definitely not recommend. Is that the island? That was the island. If you're talking about the last video before this one, just drop by to say hi. Much love, Lola. I appreciate you stopping through. I don't like TikTok either. I don't even have a TikTok. I do, but I've never ever even been on it. Yeah, I made a TikTok, gave it to my daughter, and she ended up making her own. So I don't even use it at all whatsoever. Kim Jones says emotions running high and they already had their minds made up. These guys did something which makes it worse. Just sounds like a mess. Yeah, it really did. Esmeralda, good to see you in the chat, by the way. I think I saw a couple other people here I didn't say hello to tonight. Slap welcome, by the way. And Crystal Crimeborg, big welcome. Good to see you in here. Much love. But anyway, I'm gonna probably skip this video here because it's the audio, and we haven't confirmed that the audio was legitimate or not, at least from wherever it's coming from. So I don't want to play this audio. I don't even listen to the audio anymore, really, just because we haven't been able to confirm. Yet it hasn't really came from. I would love to have law enforcement come out and, you know, either debunk or address the audio, at least pertaining to which one is actually legitimate audio versus the faked audio.
So, some folks on Facebook caught on to the fact that Nolan's friend deactivated their social media account. This seems a bit suspicious. So listen to what his friend's mom has to say about that.
Our family, along with the community, grieves the loss of Nolan Wells. Our thoughts and prayers are with the Nolan's family. Our son, Warren, loved Nolan dearly. Now let me back up. Warren wasn't actually on the boat. His brother was one of the guys that was on the boat with Nolan. Warren is one of the brothers of the guys, so just follow me. Yes, I deactivated my Facebook given the very heightened emotional state of social media right now. I fear for the safety of my child and my children. My husband and I have 6 children, and we covet their privacy.
So, some folks on Facebook caught on to the fact that Nolan's friend deactivated their social media account. This seems a bit suspicious. So listen to what his friend's mom has to say about that.
Our family, along with the community, grieves the loss of Nolan Wells. Our thoughts.
All right. So, by the way, so just real quick, guys. By the way, Ashley Cole has not deactivated her Facebook. She still actively has a Facebook. So I don't know when she did. If she did, she only deactivated it for a very short, brief time. This is her Facebook right here. And there, right there, as you can clearly see, Warren, it looks like I'm assuming his dad. And then, you know, she's got a post here of Nolan. One of the family members or one of the parents of the boys said that they were obsessed, with the Nolan Wells case. You know, but just obsessed due to the fact that they would really like to do everything that they can to try to, you know, help, you know, Christine, and the family just in general. So pretty crazy. I don't know. I'm not really a big believer when it comes to her having ties, but I don't put nothing past anything in this situation. Like as far as her, you know, just as far as her, you know, pulling some strings to make this a cover up in any way, I don't really necessarily see it. I don't know. You just never know, though. So, but she still has her Facebook.
I want to talk about something, and I basically had to politely step away from the Nolan case. I had to step away because I realized when his mom and his dad said that they don't see color, when the Asian community didn't and hasn't spoken out against what's happened in Nolan Wells, when I realized that his...
Ooh, she's dropping bombs for sure. Because, hey, Christina's not full black. She's not. But people don't look at it like this. And that's what I was telling you guys, especially when it comes to the race factor of things. When someone is half black, they consider themselves a black. It's like being black to most people is like the thing to be. Like, it's the coolest thing ever. So if somebody even, I've even seen people even with 25% black say that they're black before they say their other nationality. Some people won't even mention their other nationality at all. But it is crazy because, you know, and I always encourage people who are, you know, several different races or two different races to embrace who they are. Don't just embrace both races, you know, embrace who you are, because that's a perk. So if you're Hispanic and you're black, embrace your Hispanic side. That's a perk that you have. I mean, go learn, you know, Spanish. There's a lot of mixed people that, you know, are mixed with, you know, Hispanic, but don't know a lick of Spanish. You know, and I encourage that for sure. Like, if you are two different races, embrace both. Just you know, just embrace the one just as much as you embrace the other. You know, that's my encouragement when it comes to race for sure.
Parents moved him to an all-white neighborhood in order to be away from black people. From
wow, she's hitting some good pinpoints.
The Nolan case. I had to step away because I realized when his mom and his dad said that they don't see color, when the Asian community didn't and hasn't spoken out against what's happened in Nolan Wells, when I realized that his parents moved him to an all-white neighborhood in order to be away from black people because they thought that he would be in a better situation. When I realized that there has been no thanking of the black community for not only their allyship, but they're pushing this forward of Nolan's case. It made me realize that these type of black people are the type of black people that surround themselves with white people regardless of what's going on. And there's quite literally nothing that you can say to those type of people. And I need to let the white people who are investigating, rallying, and doing all those things, I need to let them be at the forefront of this Nolan Wells investigation case and talking point, especially on social media. Because at the end of the day, that is who he surrounded himself with. That is who his parents still surround themselves with. Not only as friends, but literally where they live at is a predominantly white area. So what I am saying is, now as a small creator who was covering it, who did lots of research on the facts and was literally giving a lot of my energy to it, I will no longer post anything else on my page about Nolan's case. I will repost other creators of all types and let you guys know what's going on, but you will not be seeing anything else from me as a black American woman, because I am now noticing that my efforts and other efforts, even of other black creators that have done way more than I could have possibly done, the black engineer who cleared up the audio, the black other bigger creators who have done big ass long videos on Nolan's case, breaking shit down, adding proof and stuff, fuck that. Because his parents are no longer looked at as allies, I will no longer be helping. I hope he finds justice. I won't be surprised if he does not.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't lie. She has some really good points there to definitely consider. But I said the same thing the other day. I don't really know that this is going to go the direction, or it's going to have the outcome that some of us are expecting. I think it's one of those cases that also could turn out to be, one of those ones that just like Trayvon Martin, for instance. It just comes down, that case, the outcome of that case was just money for the most part. There was no justice served. I mean, eventually the guy, did go to jail, but he was doing foolish stuff after the fact. But he did not, go to prison for murdering Trayvon Martin. And there's also some other cases that Benjamin Crump did as well. Not only that, I mean, he's really a civil attorney. He's not really, I guess he does it all, but I would say he focuses more on the civil matters. So I honestly feel like Crump should have came in a little bit later in this case for the civil matters. I don't know if he should have been utilized for this portion of it, but when it comes to getting the most out of this money wise, that would be your guy for sure. But when it comes to the race part, I don't know. I don't really care too much to touch up on that because it's not really something that I'm making a big deal out of with this case, although that's what this case is revolved around. But yeah, I mean, being Philippine, as far as her, Nola's mother has played no role in this at all, except for the fact that us and people in chat, myself and people in chat have brought that up. But other than that, no one's really mentioning that part of it. No one cares about that, But it's true. She's hitting some good points there.
Well, there's new legal.
Okay, that's copyright. I don't know what this is. And it doesn't look like Horn Island.
We back with another reaction right here on ABP React.
I want to be 1000% clear. The sole reason why I am covering this new development in the Nolan Wells case is because the lead attorney, Benjamin Crump, just posted about it on his Instagram. And the latest development is that Nolan Wells was alive July the 5th, and he did return from Horn Island. And not only has attorney Benjamin Crump been posting this in his feed, he has also been reposting it in his stories. I am going to walk you through a timeline over the past 24 hours, starting with multiple emails I received with this latest development.
So
then
this guy's pretty
This
guy's pretty decent. I've watched him several times. So, I mean, he doesn't necessarily deliver fake news, but I would say that one is not legitimate at all. I don't even know if I should even continue listening to this. I'm not the biggest fan of him, I gotta be honest, but I mean, I like his content, at least some of it, not all of it. But I mean, he does, dig into, he digs in deep for sure when it comes to, these cases that he's covered, and he's covered many. So I don't know that I should dig into this one, though, because I don't know about that part. Did you guys hear about him saying that he made it back that same day? I don't know about that. I think that might have been Crump's speculation rather than it being him stating that's a fact. Society's crazy, isn't it? I mean, it's crazy the way people really take things and flip them. All men are created equal. Indeed. I don't think there will be a justice in Nolan Wells' case if I am keeping it honest. Yeah. And if you're tuning in especially for the replay clue, man, make sure y'all leave a comment. Let me know what y'all think will be the outcome of the Nolan Wells case. Is this going to end up, where we do have, a suspect in this case? Is it going to end up to be determined a drowning? Or is it just going to be, accidental, and these kids, end up facing some type of charges for it, but it doesn't really necessarily result in murder. And even if that's the case, will they still walk away free with some petty probation or something like that? All I know is at the end of the day, it seems like both parties have very good lawyers. I guess it's almost seems like may the best man win at this point. It doesn't even seem like more so like, they're going to dig up enough details to convince the DA that this was not only a murder, but pin somebody to be responsible for the murder. I think that's going to be the most difficult part because these guys are really covering things up. If that's the case, we don't even know that they're covering anything up. If you ask me what I felt about the situation, I feel like this is one of those situations where, you know, if I had to tell you, if I had to give my thoughts when it comes to my theory, I think that this, you know, I'm more so leaning in the direction due to the fact that this was a mistake. Don't know how the mistake happened, but they must have reached out to an adult. Rather, maybe it was. Hold on. What is that? What is it? What's that noise? Huh?
I was sleeping. I had this on.
Sounded like somebody was trying to get in the window or something. That was weird.
It's not funny.
I'm not joking.
Oh, it's still flushing. I don't know why it's making that noise because there's like only 4 towels in there.
Anyway, Sam.
Did you get your gun?
We're good. What? Of course. What are you talking about? Anyway. We'll continue a couple more of these videos here, and then we'll move on here to some Nancy Grace. And then I want to listen to that call that JLR, where JLR was talking to Eddie and Tommaso's neighbor.
To Nolan Wells' mother, do not give them people that phone. They tried to be slick with that, and that's how I know it's something in that phone. The DA office sent a letter out to the Wells family in which they had 48 hours to hand over no.
Right, Chad, you guys heard that too? What's that noise? Didn't you hear that? That was weird. I think that's the washing machine, though.
I had the headphones in. We would have got.
I wouldn't have got.
That was sweet.
Nolan Wells' phone so that they can do an investigation on his phone. But back in mid-July, all parties agreed that they would come up with a date and time so that all parties can sit down and view Nolan Wells' phone at the same time. Said parties was going to be whoever Ben Crump and the legal team had that was going to go through Nolan Wells' phone, the FBI, and whoever Jackson County or Mississippi was going to have go through Nolan Wells' phone as well. So they was going to have all 3 parties there at the same time to go through his phone. But for some reason, y'all came up to this agreement mid-July, but for some odd reason, Wednesday, y'all sent out a letter for them to turn over the phone in 48 hours. Mind you, they're not in town. Ocean Springs is so small and so little, y'all knew them people wasn't in town. And y'all tried that. Y'all tried to be slick. It's a lot of slimy, conniving bullshit with this case. And I just don't understand why it ain't so simple. When it's the law and justice, you know, as they foretell us, we should go seek justice and law. And
the autopsy results for Nolan Wells have finally been released today with a mysterious injury.
I tried helping, then his mom came out screaming, yelling, drunk, making us leave and saying she was going to call the cops on us if we didn't leave her house. Then we have an alleged 911 call from 7/4/26, 11:26 p.m. to 11:56 p.m. of officers stating that they're on their way to Judge's house. Now, regarding the call, and this call still has to be confirmed. Now, this call still has to be confirmed. If this call was a part of the missing persons report previous narrative, or, and that's a big or, because Nolan was there, another incident. What do you guys think? Now, from her post, they didn't leave, and No was by the basketball goal, inside the goal, and he was leaning over. gasping for air and spitting up blood. We have the CETO audio that sounds like somebody is allegedly gasping for air. Now, to the CETO call, we all know that they give incorrect coordinates. Now, for the CETO call, we all know they gave incorrect coordinates during this call. What we don't know is if they were really in the water during the time of this call. Now, is it possible the GPS coordinates were flawed? Because there are different GPS coordinates in the report, and you can compare that to what was given to the dispatcher, and it just doesn't match. Also, the first set of coordinates placed them on a sandbar, not 17 to 31 foot of water, so how would they sink in that? Now, the United Cajun Navy thought that Nolan would pop up after 4 days, but he popped up after 2 days. They also said he was fully clothed, face down, and they told Nancy Grace that he didn't appear to be bloated at all, which wouldn't make sense for being in the water that long. Now, there's a post going around that they were told, allegedly, to delete all their posts from that day and everything, but then how are these videos and posts coming out right now? Why is it that we see them leaving the dock on video, but we don't see Nolan or anybody coming back from the video? Obviously, surveillance has that, right? If the world stays on Horn Island, right, where they think Nolan was, then we never go to these houses to do any more investigating. I'm not saying I'm solving any type of a crime or anything that there was a crime committed. It could be accidental, but I am saying we need to look further from Horn Island. The CETO call didn't necessarily have to happen on water. You can hear them muting the call throughout it because you see the waveforms just go away. It has been reported that the boat was cleaned at 3 a.m. Why? It has been reported that there was no water in Nolan's lung, and obviously we know the throat and the lungs were missing from the second autopsy. Why? We've seen plenty of people say that they saw him on the island, but what we don't know is how did he drown? How did nobody see him drowned? And did he actually make it back from the island? And was that pool picture maybe from the 4th of July? I tried helping, then his mom came out.
Wouldn't you think that you would have seen Nolan on the bottom of on the floor or something, or scrambling around, or everybody in a pot, like in a small space on the boat looking at him or something? I mean, it's just so crazy to think that. Why would we
look at the body language in Warren? I do not like that body language. I don't know why they're probably targeting the judge because, for one, not only is Warren, who has a brother that supposedly Nolan was on the boat with him, but she is part of the injustice system, a big part of it. I mean, she's the one who gets that final decision, right? So, I mean, that's probably why a lot of people are going to target her. She should have knew this before she even decided to speak, that it wasn't going to go very good for her, knowing that, race was inserted to this. It was not going to go well for her. She's smarter than that. She should know that. But just when you read this body language here, I don't know, chat, it doesn't really sit very well. I mean, he is breathing so heavily, and you could almost see him like gather his feet at one point, and then he almost wants to stand up, like he's trying to give Jax a cue, but he can't do it because he's right here being filmed on camera, and he doesn't want to do that because obviously if he does that, everyone's going to know something's up. And they're going to be thrown under the bus more than they already are.
You think that you would have seen Nolan on the bottom on the floor or something, or scrambling around, or everybody in a pot, like in a small space on the boat looking at him or something? I mean, it's just so crazy to think that. Why would we call
right
CETO?
There, he almost gets up.
So crazy to think that.
Like he's trying to cue him, like, bro, shut up.
I mean, that around, or everybody in a pot, like in a small
and right
space
here in the
on
beginning,
boat,
like he's just breathing so hard,
or scrambling around.
I mean, you can even see like the respirations from his chest, like
on the floor or something,
going up and down, like
that. You would have seen Nolan on the bottom on the floor or something, or scrambling around, or everybody in a pot, like in a small space on the boat looking at him or something.
And then there's just like this disappointment.
Bottom on the floor or something, or scrambling around, or everybody in a pot, like in a small space on the boat looking at him or something. I mean, it's just so crazy to think that. Why would we call CETO if we have a dead body on the boat? I mean, why would we call the Coast Guard? Why would we do the things we did if we know we killed somebody? And then another following up on that is, Why aren't we in jail yet? I mean, we're not geniuses. There's no way we could have done a murder. I mean, there's no way we could have covered it up, especially out there with that many people. Go ahead. Wouldn't you think that
he was so disappointed in Jack? I mean, unless I'm reading him wrong, I mean, I'm sorry, Warren is super upset with him for something, and we don't know what it is, what he might have said wrong that Warren isn't feeling. For all we know, it could be nothing, but he is definitely not happy with Jax. They definitely had a talk after this for sure.
That many people. Go ahead. Wouldn't you think that you would have seen Nolan on the bottom of on the floor?
That is weird.
Online threat. People, let's use common sense here.
The truck is on the line. Get away. Get away. It's on the line.
That's Nolan.
Ain't no minute, bro. Come on. Get live. Get live. World star, we out here. World star, we out here. Somebody get his triple ass. I got your brother. Was it Bob? I got your Hey, come on. The truck is on the line. Get away. Get away. It's on the line. Get away. It's on the The truck is on the line. Get away. Get away. It's on the Oh my God.
If I could,
Oh my God.
if I could only give one advice, that advice would be never get on a boat with white people.
That's AI.
And we got this leaked to us.
As you know, the family has confirmed that the body found yesterday was that of Nolan Wells. His father made a statement saying, "My heart is broken for my sweet son, who was always willing to cheer and uplift others. Nolan was a special."
No!
Welcome to TM. Only give one advice.
All right, let's skip through
Y'all,
this.
they found him.
Yes, it is murder.
Y'all, they found him. We said it today.
18-year-old Nolan Wells died under mysterious circumstances on Horn Island. His parents believe there is more to the story and have hired civil rights attorney Ben Crump to investigate. On July 4th, Nolan went with friends by boat to Horn Island, but was left behind and never returned. His mother reported him missing. 2 days later, his body was found in the water off the island's northwest end. Authorities suspect drowning, but the cause of death has not been released, and a toxicology report.
Did you notice the uncomfortable body language of Nolan Wells' friends during the interview? In the Officer Tatum show, the four key friends said they deeply regretted going to the island that day and insisted that—
Boy, they really didn't want you to see this video because they made it ineligible immediately so you wouldn't see it. So let's go through a speed run of the information. We can now definitively say that this is Jax. We can also now definitively say that this is Morgan. He's wearing the same hat as well as the same bracelets. So where were they on the Triton? Now that we've got a much clearer video thanks to Officer Tatum, it's obvious that there is nobody in an orange swimsuit or a paisley swimsuit on this boat. We also barely see that there's somebody here in the red shorts. Now in this Katie Snapchat picture, I've been saying that there was somebody in the background here wearing red shorts. So I pumped up the exposure, and as you can see, it certainly looks like it. They seemingly have similar body types as well as similar hairlines. We also know that whoever was in the red shorts was also on the shoreline when the fight broke out. Now who was involved in that fight? Warren's brother, Carter. Carter, who trains in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And by Warren's own admission, his brother put someone in an arm bar. And in case you don't know what that looks like, go ahead and look at that placement on the back of the head there. Spot look familiar? Given Carter's height, build, body type, this looks like it could be him. But one blurry, underexposed picture is not solid proof of anything, right? But we know Warren grabbed his younger brother and had him come over hang out with them on their boat as they were sinking or whatever. And it would be pretty bad for their case if this was Carter on the Triton and then on Katie's boat.
Yeah, I'm not buying that theory. But good one. I mean, she's great, but I'm not buying that theory.
6 o'clock. But now my attention turns to this person who a lot of people think is Bart. But in his hand, he is holding a cell phone. So I thought, why would Bart jump from his boat to the other boat holding a cell phone when other people have cell phones in their hands, while Wyatt is on the phone in the picture? So while I was trying to compare pictures of Bart to the person on the boat that...
Good night, Linda. Thanks so much for tuning in. All right, we're going to skip through that. No more TikToks for the night here. I just wanted to watch some TikToks here. At least we were able to see, one of the ladies, which just so happened to be Javon's mom, which was crazy. I wish they had more footage on Javon's mom. That would be insane. I really want to find that whole entire video of Javon's mom, because I have yet to see anybody play that video with Javon's mom. That was a very interesting video there. The body language from Warren is just killing me, though. It's not really sitting with me very well. Just the faces, the head shakes. I mean, he's even shaking his head, and his heart is racing while his friend is talking, giving his side of the story. If you're totally innocent, you will not be in fear whatsoever of what your friend's saying, nor would you, be shaking your head at all. These guys have had weeks to talk about this, to, get their story straight. Perhaps that they wanted to make sure, if so, if they don't, they're trying to cover something up, perhaps they'd want to make sure that they're not, just trying to make sure that they're not mixing up their stories at all. I just don't think they should be upset with each other whatsoever. It's just really weird. I find it really weird. Like I said, I'm leaning more toward a cover up here. We all know at the end of the day who the real friend was. And that's going to be Javon. By far, that's Javon. I don't think any other person that we've seen friend wise are closer to Nolan than Javon. Not even Tristan. I mean, him and Javon go way back. None of these other friends go back like those two. It's just really crazy to see these guys claim him as a best friend. These guys are claiming him as a best friend, yet, or like a brother. Yet they really can't even prove their actual brotherhood, besides the fact of them going to school for 3 years. I mean, I've seen people become best friends in weeks, but I just don't see it. There's nothing that has convinced me that these guys are really actually close. So sad, man. R.I.P. Nolan, man. Justice for Nolan Wells, man. Justice for Nolan Wells. My heart goes out to the family. And shouts to those who are covering this case and really continuing to put the facts out there and not misforming people in the community. I mean, this it's already been bad enough due to the fact that people have been misinforming people on social media and just throwing the wrong information out there that has done nothing but disadvantage this case from. It's given this case a disadvantage when it comes to people throwing the wrong information out there. Just because, I mean, it doesn't help the case at all when people are saying things that aren't true. And I don't know if people realize that. But if you hear something and it just seems too good to be true, it's probably best to just go do research and make sure that it's a fact. 9 times out of 10, you can find it online to confirm that the information that you get is legitimate or not. Or go look around and see what the people are saying. Go look into a news media outlet that you're familiar with and that you trust, and match it up there. But people really got to stop throwing stuff out there for these cases that come about. But I mean, that's just how it is when something becomes bigger than, or when it becomes national. There's always going to be that one troll. There's always going to be people out there misinforming people. It's unfortunate and it's sad because, at the end of the day, what's important is justice for Nolan Wells, if this even turns out to be that, because we don't know that justice is going to be the outcome. But most importantly is closure at the end of the day. So anyway, with that being said, we'll move on to one last video here. And I'm going to skip through this one because we don't have too much time, and I don't want to keep you guys too much longer here. But Nancy Grace, love the video she put out with when she's talking about Nolan here. Not only that, she brings somebody on who shares with us how they retract that information when they do the digital evidence part of this case. Let's take a look here at this video real quick.
We have had multiple witnesses reach out to
Bombshell tonight in the news. This is Crime Stories. I want to.
All but, I believe, one took a polygraph, and from what was told to me that they all passed.
Nancy, my clients have not taken a polygraph test.
Nobody's guilty and everybody's a suspect. We don't know the truth yet, but we will.
We have had multiple witnesses reach out to us to confirm witnesses that saw Nolan Wells on the island around 6 p.m. on July 4th. Well after.
By the way, just real quick, guys, I'm probably most likely going to be outside tomorrow. Maybe I'll try to get together with JLR or 857 or something like that. I'm not too sure what I'm going to do yet. Might just do my own thing. I don't know. But if you guys have any ideas where y'all want me to go tomorrow to check somewhere out, anything like that, let me know. I'll probably stop by maybe Nancy's for a little bit and then KBOA. But I'll probably be on the ground a little bit tomorrow. So if you have any ideas, feel free to email me.
The Triton, as you said,
or text
left around 4:30. And so those witnesses have went to investigators. They've talked to the police, and they've done what they're supposed to do. These witnesses know Nolan. They've known him for a long time. They were able to make a positive ID. And they told that to investigators. They told them that from the very start.
What witnesses? Where? Who, what, where, why, and when? That is a renowned trial lawyer named Tyler Cox, and he is representing the acquaintances of Nolan's that took him to Horn Island on their boat, the Triton. Curious, we've seen, hey, let's pull up that video, control room, of everyone getting on the boat before they went to Horn Island. It's very interesting, evidentiarily. Okay, here we go. This is from the...
All right, real quick, speaking of Nancy Grace, which I found very, very weird, guys. So I think she went and took a picture, and I should have saved it. I don't know if I got it saved here. But it's nothing for me to pull it up on Facebook. She took a picture, I think it might have been with her grandkids or something like that. And I don't know why she did it or what the intent was with the picture that she posted the other day, but apparently she took a picture of her and her grandkids doing something with the boat. I don't know what they were doing though, guys. I don't know if you guys had caught that or you guys saw that at all, which I found very weird, very interesting. I just didn't get the point. I mean, she's been covering the Nolan Wells case. What was her point of taking a picture of, you know, the two, I believe it was grandkids or something like that. Here, I'll show you guys real quick here. So this is Nancy Grace here. This is her Facebook, and she had posted this the other day. She says, "What we call fun, working on a boat at 10 p.m. last fishing trip before my son heads to college." Okay, so maybe that's the reason why. I just thought it was weird because the Nolan Wells case is going on. The whole belch pump thing has been an issue. She took this picture, and I think it made a lot of people angry. So there's been a big controversy going around with this, photo that she decided to post with their two grandkids. Or I don't think those are her sons. Who did she say it was? Oh yeah, she said her son. She said my son. Man, I thought Nancy I thought those would have been her grandkids. So I was mistaken. So she has a set of twins. Those are twins? They don't look like twins. One looks younger than the other to me. Maybe it's the picture. I didn't know they were sons. I have never looked into, her family. I've never gone that deep to go look at her social media or anything. I just saw somebody post this and they were not happy at all. So, and I don't get it. I mean, what's wrong with her taking pictures, with her two boys before they go to college, or one of them? It's just a little weird because the case that's going on that she's covering. If they're boating and they boat a lot, I think that's also sending a message at the same time. So I wouldn't overthink it either, because it's also kind of tells us that she has that boat knowledge and she kind of understands it a little bit more than others, due to the fact that, they're actually somewhat used to being on the water, I suppose. Not too sure where Nancy Grace lives or none of that, but if they got a boat, they know something about water. Somebody says, could you read? Hold on. I didn't see you. I'm trying to pull up the chat. Bear with me. I didn't mean to take that down. I was trying to pull up chat here. Did you see, could you read? Could you understand it? I know it was in English and it was her truth. Nancy had it at 50. I know. Isn't that amazing? That's crazy. All right, get this real quick. So, speaking of lawyers, because we're watching Nancy Grace right now, and those lawyers, she's been on their heads lately. We know that, okay? Supposedly, the lawyer sent her an email or something like that, or something on Facebook. And I just want to confirm this real quick before I even show it to you guys, because one of my moms, shouts to Ollie, she sent this to me. But I want to confirm this is legitimate real quick. So I'm going to look at his name first. And what I'll do is we'll search him up. What's his name? Edward. What's his last name? Edward something. Here, hold on. I'll pull it up here. Edward Andrew. The Trump lawyers. Trump's lawyer, I'm sorry. Edward Andrew. I can't say his last name. I always get it wrong. Let's look him up real quick. Okay, there he is. Yep, this is him. So it is true. Okay. Of course my mom wouldn't send me something that's not real. Of course she wouldn't do me like that. So it is legitimate. Okay, where is it? All right, so it says, let's make sure we're seeing this clearly. Zoom in, guys, so you guys can see. So it says, Dear Nancy, when are you going to stop calling attention to the sensationalizing, misleading version of CETO call, and instead admit to your audience the inconvenience truth that at approximately 4:30 p.m. on July 4th, 2026, it says there was 24 occupants across the two boats, Triton and Tideline, and thus at minimum 24 witnesses. Folks with massive online following need to stop pushing the incredible, dangerous, and it says potentially false. Nolan was in the boat at 4:30. Theory, she says, y'all are pouring accelerant on an already raging inferno. It says of death threats and calls for violence. He says when ratings are prioritized over reality, it not only, what the heck? How do you, I don't even, man, this guy, he's just too many big words for me. Oh my God, guys, what does that say? I can't even read that. How do you pronounce that? Is it impedes? So it not only impedes the critical important, investigation into Nolan's tragic death. Is that what I've never even seen that word. Anyway, so it only impedes. I'm guessing that's what that says. I don't know. I can't read. So it only impedes the critically important investigation into Nolan's tragic death, but also presents a clear and present danger to our completely innocent friends, Warren Hudson, Jax, and Morgan Seymour. I mean, I don't really think he's saying much here. I think he's just trying to prove a point. But I mean, when it comes to that CETO call, I can say that Nancy Grace might have played the wrong. I mean, she might have played that audio that she shouldn't have played, which was the enhanced version. But at the same time, we can't fault her for it. Although I think her team should have looked out for her. And, you know, at least let her know something, but I'm pretty sure she was already aware of it because she's on it. I mean, Nancy Grace is on it regardless. So I honestly wouldn't even blame her team either. But I think she was just putting it out there that there's this audio surfacing. She wasn't necessarily saying, look, this audio is real. She did mention that she thought the girl that put out the audio was actually like a legitimate, not legitimate. She said, the way she worded it was, she said that she was innocent. Like, she didn't mean harm. She wasn't intentionally trying to doctor the audio, just to throw, you know, some type of theory out there or something out there. Not even a theory, just to throw something out there to stir the pot that at the end of the day wasn't legitimate information or helpful to the case. I don't know though, guys. I still haven't confirmed whether or not that audio was doctored or not. I know it was something that came about that we've talked about, and it just kind of to me at this point, it's just kind of went under the rug. Like, no one's talking about it anymore, really. I mean, it's coming up in conversations occasionally, but it's not really like the big focus anymore. So I don't know. I think a lot of people have moved on to, you know, holding on to that audio. I think Nancy Grace has moved on. She's not even really talking about it very much. So, but I get it. He's trying to hold her accountable for playing that audio. And I mean, a lot of people are. But again, I think Nancy Grace was just trying to put out the fact that there was new information being put out there, as she always does. And she's not really big when it comes to, unless she knows that it's a fact. You know, she'll definitely say that, but she just puts things out there and questions it for the most part. I don't think she ever says that. You know, it's for one, she never said that the audio was legitimate audio, you know, so I don't know. I really can't fault her for that, but I get what he's saying. Is this like a warning shot from Edward though? Is he going to like sue her for playing this audio? Are they going after Nancy Grace for playing this audio on her platform? I hope not. I mean, a lot of people have a lot of respect for her, highly. So I don't know what the big ordeal is, to be honest. Anyway, let's continue this video though. That dude uses a lot of big words, man. I'm not reading any more of his, I'm joking.
Officer Tatum show, and you're about to see people, there they are down at the right, and there's actual video of people see the boat at about 1 o'clock. Oh, there we go. Excellent shot, guys. People are getting on, people getting off, and it keeps going to where you see everybody that got on the boat.
No, I get it. He's doing a disservice. Yeah, you missed the prayer. It's all right, though. We prayed in the beginning. You were here. You're good.
But here's my big question tonight, before I can even get to the alleged witnesses that Tyler Cox is telling us about. Dave Mack, joining me, Crime Stories investigative reporter. Can I see the video again, please?
No, I like her too, Tasha. I like Tissa Tells. And, you know, to be honest, I didn't like her video today. So that's why I didn't play Tissa Tells. Did you like her video today, Tasha? I didn't like it. Nancy Grace is rude to her guests. When you go on that show, you better expect her to be that way. That's how it is. It's not her being rude. It's just part of her show. She's the sweetest person in person, and people know that. But it's just how her show is. But she is, though. I mean, if you look at it that way, I guess you could consider her as rude.
At about 1 o'clock. Oh, there we go. Excellent shot, guys. People are getting on, people getting off. And it keeps going to where you see everybody that got on the boat. But here's my big question tonight, before I can even get to the alleged witnesses that Tyler Cox is telling us about. Dave Mack, joining me, Crime Stories investigative reporter. Can I see the video again, please? Dave Mack, I'm seeing everybody preparing the Triton to go out. In this shot, they're down at about 3 o'clock.
By the way, Flicker Fade, thanks for the $5 super chat.
3 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock. And then suddenly you switch to a different camera. There you go. That's the boat. So, Dave Mack, where is the evidence? Where is the video of the boat? Is that Nolan right there? Walking along the light blue shorts, and he at that time had on a white shirt. I think that's Nolan right there. Dave Mack, where is the evidence, the video evidence of them coming back?
Nancy, we have not seen evidence of them coming back. Remember, 3 boats caravan out to the island, and then we have different stories about when they arrived back on the mainland. But we don't have video of any of them showing back up. So we don't have that
video.
Correct.
Okay, let's circle back to the alleged witnesses that... He's a great trial lawyer, by the way. Wins a lot of cases. This Tyler Cox, he's representing the acquaintances that went to Horn Island with Nolan. I've got to get to...
Yeah, Motown, she does, though, give us a good perspective, though. Like, when it comes to her history, like, as far as her work history goes, I mean, she was a defense attorney, I believe. And she can give us a perspective on how she would go about it. And I think she does that in this video. As far as certain things she'll point it out, that she'll eat that up in court, you know, if that was the case. But of course she's no longer doing it, so.
The phone torpedo, but he's not the only one that says they have witnesses. Listen.
These 2 witnesses, 2 very reliable, very credible, and very upstanding members of the community.
Oh, by the way, real quick, I know this doesn't mean anything, but real quick, you know, Nancy Grace was also when she was a district county attorney, she did it for 10 years, and she was undefeated, by the way.
They saw Nolan, and they've known Nolan for years. There's no chance that they made a mistake. And by the way, this can be corroborated through other evidence, other eyewitness accounts. And that's the end of it right there.
That's from the Officer Tatum show. Susan Hendricks.
For felony trials, though. For felony trials. She never lost a felony trial.
Joining me, veteran, investigative journalist, author of Down the Hill, My Descent into the Double Murder in Delphi. What witnesses? I understand that there's video and witnesses. One places him there at 5, one places him there at 6. Significance, the Triton, and we can show this by GPS. They are right about this, left Horn Island around 4:30. So if he is spotted, and you can confirm to me that he is spotted there at 5 or 6, if that video has a timestamp on it, and I can corroborate that, or I can corroborate the witnesses weren't drunk. Hey, let's see that video control room again of Nolan bent over, and all you can see is his blue trunk right there. Now, that's not a very good eyewitness right there, okay? Do I think that's him? Yeah, I do. I do think that's Nolan. But I would tear that up in court. Tear it to shreds. There's all sorts of... You know what? Hold on, Susan Hendricks. Greg Morse joining me, veteran trial lawyer, founder of Morse Legal. He's in the Southern District of Florida, former West Palm Beach public defender, and author of The Untested. Greg, in Florida, as in Georgia.
God bless you, Connie. Oh my goodness, you're a blessing. Thanks for the 5 gifted memberships, Connie. If you are officially a member of the channel, make sure you go thank Connie for the gifted membership there. Seeking Truth, as well as Giggles. It looks like, is it Pop? Oh, I can't pronounce that name. We're just gonna say Pap and keep it short, man. I don't want to say your name wrong. Is it Papa? Papa Med? I don't know if I said that right. I'm bad with these names sometimes. Aliform Bama or Bama is now officially a member as well. If you're officially a member, thank you Connie, God bless you, and welcome to the family, those of you guys who are officially members of the channel.
As in this jurisdiction of Mississippi, the code, the official code of Mississippi, annotated, lays out how you establish or cross-examine, same thing, same criteria, an eyewitness, such as, I memorized them. How far were you away from the witness? From the target. What was the lighting? Do you wear glasses? Were you wearing them that night? Were you inebriated? Had you smoked pot? How can you prove that to me? Did anything obstruct your view? Was it daytime or nighttime? What time of the day was it? What were the conditions? You go on and on and on. You can rattle them off, right? I know you can. So
absolutely.
How do I know the eyewitness can't identify anything except the back of his legs, like in that video?
Well, that's the thing. There's no details about any identification. It's just a broad statement that other people saw Nolan after the boat left. The video you just showed shows from a view from behind of someone bending over. Did the person have sunglasses on? Were they familiar with who they were actually looking at and identifying? How much had they drank during the day? It was a party scene. That's what usually these boat spots are. There's one by me in West Palm Beach, very similar setup called Peanut Island. So most people also, right, they don't think something's important until after the fact. They're just going about their day, notice people walking by. So from what you showed, that's not a very strong identification from that position, but there's no details.
While I've got you, Greg Morris, let me throw another question at you. And look, I'm not wearing a prosecution or a defense hat. As you know, I'm a crime victim. I would say I'm coming at it from that angle. But I was very disturbed, Greg, when I got wind that there is no criminal investigation. It's been said over and over and over. Why not? We don't know how he died. For instance, if he did have water in his lungs, okay, maybe he did drown. But how did he get in the water? Did he fall in the water? Was somebody, wrestling with him in the water and they held him down? They went, oh, my stars, I killed him and left? Did he hit his head? There's a lot more to it than saying, oh, yeah, he drowned. How can someone state there is no criminal investigation? I understand a grand jury is about to be convened. That doesn't mean there's a crime, but doesn't that suggest to you a grand jury inside the Superior Courthouse, inside the district attorney's office, would suggest there is a criminal investigation?
Well, it would potentially lead someone to believe that, yeah, a criminal investigation was undergoing. However, when we look at how this has played out over the last 6 weeks, how law enforcement has acted, they haven't seized Nolan Wells' phone at this point. In a criminal investigation, law enforcement's going to use those tools to get this information. So this could just be a drowning. I'm sitting down, and this could just be a drowning. And that's why they're looking at it that way, because nothing's told them it's
yet.
But everything's not a crime. It doesn't have to be investigated as a crime.
You're still talking. We've already established that. Here's the other, you know what? I'm going to let you think about what you just said. I'm going to go to Jeff Shetler joining us. Guys, this is a special guest joining us out of Edisto Island, South Carolina. Former police K-9 handler, author of 5 books. Last one, 2 weeks to operational tracking. I like this one, Red Dog Rising, K-9 trailing, the straightest path, tactical tracker teams, the Tao of trailing. He is at GAK9.com. Question, I get this a lot from the viewers, so you can put it to rest. How long does a person have to be dead before a cadaver dog will pick up on that scent?
Well, honestly, a dog's going to pick up on the live or dead scent as soon as they're out there. So the time frame, from hours to a day or so is really not a big deal. It doesn't matter what type of dog you have that's looking for humans. Within that first 24 hours, either type of dog, a live finder, a deceased person dog, is going to be viable. They're going to pick up on anything that's there. The big issue that we have here is primarily the contamination, after the fact. If the dog was placed at the scene initially to search for our victim, then the chances are the success rate would actually be pretty good. The island is very, very small. There's not a lot of hiding places. There's not a lot of places he could go. On the other hand, inside the water might be a different story. We have tide issues and everything else that are occurring there.
So you bring in a scent dog. I would assume you bring in a scent dog first. But the issue with that, in my mind, probatively, like what can I use? How can I use that trial? What's it going to prove for me? I already know Nolan was on the boat to start with. So, of course, the dog is going to pick up Nolan's scent on the boat. That's not.
So real quick, in the beginning, from what I saw, at least for what was reported, they said that they didn't want to do the cadaver dogs in the beginning because it was going to contaminate the boat scene. What's really suspicious to me, though, is the fact that the boats were given back pretty much right away. They didn't really keep the boats for long, so I don't know what the deal is on that. Don't quote me on it. I don't know if it's true, but it's what I've discovered, that the boat was given back like immediately. At least from what I read. I mean, investigators examined the boat briefly. They pulled the GPS data and they looked it over. No cadaver dogs, no blood and tissue testing, no luminol, no full forensic processing. And I think that was one of the Wells family's biggest complaints. The boat was taken back to the owner's home. And I believe CBS News stated that it was transported to Biloxi residence of the boat's owners, which was Warren's family. So the owner, his mother, and another individual cooperated with investigators. They signed permission forms for the GPS extraction. After that, the boat was returned. So it wasn't impounded. It wasn't held for evidence, and it wasn't like it's not processed like suspicion death. Suspicion of death. It wasn't really, obviously due to whatever the sheriff had determined or ruled this in the beginning, which he didn't really necessarily rule it. He just said at this time that it was, ruled that there was no signs of foul play. And I think leading up to the boat situation, I think that's why they probably went about it the way they did, because they weren't assuming that this was a homicide. But I think this matters because returning a boat this fast in this case was with an undetermined death, because we hadn't done the autopsy yet. It conflicts the witness's timeline, and it's also, there's a missing, phone data along the way as well. And it's just highly unusual, right, in a criminal investigation. So it's really not, it's pretty common that somebody would make a big complaint about this. I think anybody would. But this is why the Wells family, Ben Crump, and multiple forensic experts, have all said that the boat should have been seized and fully processed. So that's why there's a lot of, conspiracy going on or controversy when it comes to the, Warren's, stepmom, who was a judge, because people were starting to think that these people were paid off $100,000 to, or the sheriff, in other words, was paid off $100,000 to kind of just dismiss this, to really make this kind of go away. It's almost kind of how the Nancy Guthrie case kind of took off in a way. So that's pretty much why. There's also other reasons online that have spiraled, but that is really weird. That is just the weirdest thing, that, the sheriff would say that, and not still go through with the process, especially with everything that they had, which was nothing. They didn't even have a body yet, I don't think, at the time. No, I think it was after the body, but still, they didn't have any evidence whatsoever to determine what it was at all. He shouldn't even have said whatsoever that there were no signs of foul play, in my opinion. Even if he added, okay, at this time, there's no, no, he shouldn't even have said that at all. He should have just said, look, we found Nolan Wells. We'll be investigating what's going on. I'm not even a sheriff, and I would have did better than that dude did. We found Nolan Wells. We're going to investigate this. That's all we have at this time. Boom, done. Get out of there. There's not really too much to say, right? You got to investigate it. So with that being said, don't even elaborate on anything else. Don't say anything else. Just say we're investigating it. Move on. Get out of there. I don't understand why these sheriffs just take it upon themselves and they don't even, it's not even in their scope of practice. You know what I'm saying? And they come out and they say things like this that are misleading to the public because, you know, the public is going to tear it up in many ways and it's going to cause a whole big thing. So.
Hard to figure out. So I know a scent dog's going to pick up on that. But a cadaver dog. What should have been done immediately with a cadaver dog. And I'm putting this out there not to say woulda, coulda, shoulda. Maybe it happened and we haven't been informed. The press, the media, has no right to information in an ongoing investigation. So this may have been done and we haven't been told. I can only pray. So regarding a cadaver dog, what should have been done, Jeff Shetler, and how should
Casey, I'm feeling that way too. I agree.
It have been done?
Guys, we have 398 people tuned in and we only have 234 likes. That's crazy. Make sure you like the video if you're tuning in right now. It does help the algorithm and it's free. I need folks to do that tonight. We can't get off until we at least get to 350 here.
And when should it have been done?
Lock down the location. Don't let anybody on there. Get the dogs in. See what type of reaction they have. Every second that goes by, every minute that goes by, every hour that goes by will have an impact on the dog work when it comes to age of the material, age of the odor, and more importantly, what your contamination factor is. And this is the one big thing that nobody ever really thinks about. That they think the dogs are going to be these magical creatures that detect everything that you're looking for. But that's going to be mitigated dramatically by any type of human activity on the scene. That's the first thing that has to happen. So if you're going to use dogs, you need to get them out there right away. They actually have to be one of the first things on scene.
Putrescine and cadaverine as well. And what they are, they're an organic compound that combine as a result of the cellular breakdown, and it gives off a particular odor. Now,
thank you so much.
To what Jeff was saying just a moment ago, if there is some type of, let's just say, blood evidence, all right, on the boat, that I pray this boat was locked down quickly. If there's a point of impact, say, for instance, on a railing, any of the gunnels in there, those areas in there, and you have blood deposition, guess what happens, Nancy? That blood begins to break down, just like a body does.
Sharon, good
okay, so you'll have the scent that is there, and it is wholly different than tracking a human, all right? Now, where else would you find it?
Joanne, thank you.
We know that Nolan's remains are allegedly found on the shore, right? They're allegedly right there. Now, we also know, and remember what the second autopsy said, he's in an advanced state of decomposition at this point in time. So the trick is here trying to understand.
That's when he's found on the beach. hold on.
Exactly.
Joe Scott, that's when he's found on the beach. But my understanding, and of course, I'm just a trial lawyer. I'm not a canine expert like Jeff Shetler is, but within minutes to hours, minutes, dogs can pick up on the scent of human decomp. It starts almost immediately, and the dog can smell that.
You can say within 45 minutes, but I have to tell you, there is a lot of variability here, dependent upon a lot of environmental conditions, even the individual that is decomposing. That's going to play into it. So that's not a static number. It's a bracketed number. So you don't know how long it's going to take for this to actually begin to develop.
We also know that well-trained dogs like Jeff Shetler works with can still hit on decomp, even microscopic particles in soil, long after the body has been removed, sometimes years or even decades later, depending on the condition. But as Shetler just pointed out, in these conditions where the surface of the boat is exposed to water, to wind, to contamination, not so much. I'm going to circle back to Jeff in just a moment regarding any possibility of tracking human decomp or human scent on Horn Island. The thing is, we know he was there. So we know the dogs will hit on him being there alive, but what about dead? I also want to clear something else up, and this is really important. Greg Morse, these acquaintances that went out on the beach, I'm not razor locked on them. I'm looking at them. I'm looking at everybody. Who are these two witnesses? If they are telling the truth, that Nolan Wells was on Horn Island at either 5 or 6 o'clock, then the acquaintances on the Triton are in the clear. Because Morse,
Lori,
I know,
good seeing
based
you,
on the
DJ.
GPS, what time they left the island. So,
well,
should we take calls tonight? Let me know, chat. I'm gonna actually, we're gonna switch over right now to this call with JLR.
we have to keep our minds open as to what,
Maybe
who,
we'll
what,
take
where,
calls tomorrow.
why, the whole shebang. We can't lock in on those acquaintances if they had already left and he's still on the island. Is that true? I don't know. But it could be, right? Many an investigation has failed because the prosecutor did not keep their mind open as to potential suspects, right?
Well, yeah, and with that being said, I mean, Nancy, you heard her just perfectly. I mean, they were not looking at this at all, like I said, as a homicide. They were not looking into this like these guys were, or there was any possible suspect or anybody possible could have been responsible for Nolan Wells' death, guys. This is crazy. And this is exactly why Christine wants this to be handled the right way, and they're taking every bit of step to make sure that these people are walking on eggshells right now because she's putting the pressure on them, and I don't blame her for putting the pressure on them. If this was mishandled for my child in the beginning, I'm doing everything possible to make sure that if I have to have somebody standing over you to make sure that you do your job correctly, we're going to take those necessary steps to do that. And that's exactly what she's trying to do. Whatever this is at the end of the day, whatever the outcome of this is, no matter what, at the end of the day, she's doing everything in her power to make sure that these people are doing their jobs correctly. The boat was never seized as evidence. The investigators, they didn't seize anything. The preserved scent, the control, contamination. They didn't run the cadaver dogs. They didn't maintain chain of custody. Returning the boat early eliminated the chance to use the dogs. This is why they went to Warren's house, in the first place, because they wanted to try to catch them in, not only just lying, but they wanted to catch them up to no good. It almost seems like when they looked at the GPS, they were trying to catch them slipping. They were trying to catch them doing something that they weren't supposed to do. That's why the father, I'm assuming the father even must have got a call like, nah, I think that they're up to something right now. Yeah, because they were acting really weird earlier. Like one of the friends called and must have notified these parents and said, you know what? Nah, he's not on the island. I think that they got him on the boat and they took him somewhere else. I think that might be part of what led them there, because remember, Nolan's dad said that he didn't believe that Nolan was even on the island. So it is weird. I almost think it is possible, if somebody's responsible for this, that he could have left the island and something could have happened afterwards or on the way back to the main dock. And then they had to figure out something to do. So they took him back at a certain point in time. And then, obviously maybe left him there to make it seem like that he never left the island. I don't know why I thought that initially, but and I don't know. I'm just throwing this theory out there because it is a possible theory. It's not my theory, but it is a possible one that has came to mind. It's very, very suspicious situation, that's for sure, but I just can't call it. At the end of the day, I can't wrap my finger around what really took place here. And like we've all discovered, every one of these main docks that you see them them taking off from where they left before they went to, Horn Island, they have cameras. However, that does not mean that they couldn't have went somewhere else where there isn't any cameras, because this is just a specific place that they docked this boat. However, they could have taken off from anywhere else. And I don't know much about boats, but I know that there's other places that they could have gone to go without being seen to take Nolan back out there. to make it seem like, he may have been there. But the thing is, his body was so decomposed, it kind of tells me, according to resources, his body was decomposed. Tells me he was actually still out there. But that's just me. I can't call it. I don't know. But it is very super suspicious. And I can't wait till they get this digital evidence, because that's going to tell it all. That is going to tell it all. And that is really going to determine, what really may be just the outcome of this case along with that autopsy, if they're able to even dig up any information in the autopsy. Were they paid? Because they kept the throat, the organs. They kept things that they shouldn't have kept. Although, at the same time, you have, Nolan Wells' parents who are kind of forcing the issue because they're doing their own investigation on top of the one that's already ongoing. So I don't know. I don't know how that situation plays itself out, but it is a little odd with certain things that have not seemed to go as normal. But at the same time, it isn't your normal case either. It isn't typical for somebody to conduct their own investigations at like these that Christine is doing. I don't know. Is it typical or is it? Or isn't it? Or, is it not or is it? I don't know. It sounds like this is not your typical situation. Not for the fact that they were, mistreated, because we know that there's a lot of injustice going on in Mississippi, but the fact that, she's conducting her own investigation, I can't call it. Just doesn't sound it. I've never heard anything like it myself, but I'm new to crime, so I guess I couldn't tell you.
That's 100% right. The police have to keep an open mind here. It's not even a criminal investigation. So 6 weeks approximately has gone by. The folks that were on the boat with Nolan, nothing has come out even remotely to indicate they were involved in some foul play at this point at all. They're just people that went out to this island with their friend. It appears their friend may have stayed afterwards, and maybe a tragedy happened. Maybe something else happened that wasn't involving them.
A tragedy did happen. Nolan Wells is dead, and I'm going to find out how. But I tell you what,
but you're talking about 6 weeks.
About why no polygraphs have been taken. I'm just very curious.
But why?
But many defense lawyers wouldn't dream of letting their clients.
They're not suspects.
Let me get to the phone.
Nancy, you're turning what's not a criminal investigation and want the trappings of one.
Stop it.
But when you talk about polygraph,
I see his lips moving. He's I hear. Okay, yeah, just keep him just like that. Yeah, that's the way I like Morse. Don't hurt your head, Morse. Don't hurt your head. Okay. Susan Hendricks. Oh, my stars, Hendricks. The family is now seemingly being accused of wrongdoing because they haven't handed the phone over yet. What happened back on, I've got a big note here, phone July 15. Isn't that when the family had a meeting and said, yes, you can have the phone, but they want independent examiners there at the same time, right? Tell me July 15, what happened?
July 15th, the attorney for the parents of Nolan met and said, yes, we want to give over the phone, but we want someone in the middle here, someone from the outside, an expert to analyze the phone. It appeared everyone agreed. Then all of a sudden they get a letter saying, we want the phone and you have 24 hours to send it over. The DA sent that. And the parents were out of town and said, wait, we don't have the time to do that. Hence the narrative that they're not cooperating. Now they say, Nolan's parents, look, we have our experts on standby this week, pick a day. And not to mention on the 19th would have been Nolan's 19th birthday, a difficult week for the family, but they say, hey, we'll give up his cell phone. We want someone, a mediator, if you will, an expert.
Yeah, guys. So tomorrow is Nolan Wells' birthday, actually. Not today, but tomorrow, meaning, Wednesday. Looks like he'll be turning 19. Happy birthday, Nolan, man. That's so sad. So sad. But it's almost like they were messing with them, right? To try to make them look pretty stupid. Because, Christine, I guess she actually agreed before the 48-hour notice that she agreed to let investigators examine Nolan Wells' phone. voluntarily, she allowed law enforcement to take the phone, extract the data, review the message apps, logs, all that good stuff, and include, the phone in the official investigation. She agreed, to provide any digital information investigators requested. So, I mean, this was part of the agreement. So this included the screenshots, account access, app activities, anything related to Nolan Wells communication. And this was voluntary. Okay. So she agreed to preserve the phone and not alter anything. This is standard in the investigation. So these are the things that she agreed, or this is the things that were a part of the agreement. So don't reset the phone, don't delete anything, don't modify accounts, keep the device exactly as is. So what changed is what she's talking about, the 48-hour notice, which was not part of the original agreement, and it came later. It was just the first time, like, the investigator said, you must turn over your phone within 48 hours. And Christine's legal team, said it was unexpected. Like, what? This was never the agreement. It's not part of the original, cooperation, not standard procedure. It felt like it was like pressure all of a sudden out of nowhere. So, and this is why, this became, controversial. So, and I think people get this confused because Christine had already gave Nolan's phone to the investigators. But the 48-hour notice was I think people were mistaking her personal phone for Nolan's phone. I don't know. Everything just got all mixed up, But, people online mix those two events together, so they think that she refused something, but she didn't. She cooperated early on, guys, and then later pushed back on a new demand that wasn't part of the original agreement. So I don't know. It's kind of crazy how that just popped up out of nowhere, really. I mean, I think that would have probably been something that was brought up early on too, but that's just me. So, but anyway, we'll continue this, and then we're getting ready to move on here. So we'll finish this real quick.
In the middle.
Well, this is interesting, what you just said. Joe Scott Morgan, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, I've been there, and it is a world-class Crim Pro division. Whole building, whole floor is set up just to recreate scenes. And I was so impressed by it. Joe Scott has worked with me on multiple recreations, intricate recreations at Jacksonville State University, to try to figure out, is what the defendant is saying, does that make sense? Is what the state is saying, does that make sense? Just all sorts of things you can learn from actually recreating the scene. That said, Joe Scott, I have examined evidence myself at the crime lab, and the crime lab out on Panthersville Road is amazing, state of the art, with the defense attorney there. Mm-hmm. And I typically would not allow a defense team to examine the evidence unless I was there. Do I think they're going to do something nefarious? Maybe, probably not. But I don't want them to even touch it if it could somehow, compromise the evidence. And it can. A lot of the times, even touching it can compromise the evidence. So this is not unheard of, that the family wants an independent investigator there when the phone is searched.
Yeah, so they want, I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you, they want somebody literally right next to whoever is doing the digital, who's ever examining the phone. They want somebody right next to them, like, looking right over them, like, do not touch nothing. Don't touch it. Like, don't even, just look at it, flip through it, do whatever you got to do, and then give it back. Like, they are taking every step, like, very, very, like, they are taking, like, little by little, they're taking these little steps just to make sure, like, everything. They are just, I don't even know how to put this in words, but look, so many people have seen the injustice, so that, we can't blame Christine, and if anything gets deleted for it to be covered up, they can never get it back. So to prove that, to prove their case, they got to make sure that nothing happens behind their back. So they are handling this very safely, and they're trying to make sure that they are treated fairly. And at the same time, they're keeping everybody on their toes. They just don't want to be, they just want to be assured of everything. They want everything laid out on the table step by step. There's a lot going on at the same time. So I get it, and, interviews, press conferences, social media. I mean, people are talking at the same time. I mean, they're traveling. They got all kind of stuff going on. And we've seen this a lot. Obviously, I mean, we've seen the same thing happen in the beginning of Nancy. I could say it. I can't say it more than enough. Even with the Nancy Guthrie case, I mean, we've seen it. And like I said earlier, she's not even black, and it's still happening. This is happening everywhere. It has nothing to do with race. This is just happening everywhere. And not only is it it may not even be intentional. I mean, these people also get lazy. Some people don't want to deal with the mess. I don't know. I mean, I don't get it. I don't know why some of these people wouldn't just want to simply do their job. Maybe taking money is better than what they get. I have no idea. It's the weirdest thing, because all of these jobs are like, you would think that they're very, very good jobs that bring in a substantial amount of income. So to me, even, thinking of the judge offering anybody $100,000, it's just like, really? I mean, you make that in a year. Why would you? I mean, I get it. I mean, it's right there in front of you. Take it now, I guess. Yeah. It seems convincing, I guess. But is it worth your job, your career? $100 isn't going to make up for the next 3-4 years that you could be working. That's just dumb to me. And the people that are being offered seem like they're smart enough, but you would be surprised. You would be surprised.
Yeah, you're right. And it happens. Nancy, I've actually been in autopsy suites with defense attorneys, believe it or not. All manner of people come through the labs over the years as an independent set of eyes. So let's just say that they do, in fact, have an independent individual examine this phone. And I think this question goes back to you as a prosecuting attorney. Would any kind of findings that were on that phone, would they be negated as a result of the state not doing? If you wanted to move forward as using this evidence in a criminal prosecution, perhaps, would it invalidate it since the state is not doing it? And what are you going to find? And how many hands are going to be on this phone at that given time?
Are you saying that if the defense did their own investigation of the phone and the state did not, would that negate the defense findings?
Yeah, because remember, we've got a grand jury that's going to be impaneled, allegedly.
HELLYES. Because the first thing, if the shoe was on the other foot, I would do is, isn't it true? I gave you the opportunity to review the phone. Isn't that true? On this date. And you didn't do it. So don't come complaining now. Oh, yeah, that would be a matter for cross-exam.
Wow. Nancy's good.
It's a great hearing for the member of the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team. Historical cellular analysis expert, former FBI, 22 years. Former homicide, Norfolk, Virginia Police Department. Works multiple cases and currently with precision cellular analysis. I could go on. Scott, tell me how this examination, I mean, you don't just pick up the phone and go, okay, I looked at it. What is a phone examination? How do I get evidence of potential snaps that were sent that day, texts, emails, photos taken during those critical hours? And important, how do I find out if anything was deleted? We've heard, yes, it's deleted. No, it wasn't deleted. The only way we're going to know is from a forensics exam. How do you do it? Now, take baby steps. Go ahead.
It's pretty easy nowadays. You get the physical phone itself. You hook it up to a device like the Cellbrite, which is one of the main producers of this type of software that can download phones. First of all, obviously, you have to have the password to the phone. If not, then you have to go through a lot of processes.
No, you got to have the password to the phone. Go back. I didn't hear this part. That's crazy.
Like the Cellbrite, which is one of the main producers of this type of software that can download phones. First of all, obviously, you have to have the password to the phone. If not, then you have to go through a lot of processes to get past the password and into the phone. But once you're into the phone, and this can be done with other people standing by, as you were talking about, another investigator for the defense or for the family or something like that being there.
Well, that's good news.
They can sit there and watch you download the phone. And basically, once you download a copy of what's on the phone, and you're not really messing with the evidence that's on the phone, you're not changing it, you're just copying it to another computer, and then you can start going through that data. You can look at all the text messages, and it'll even let you know which ones have been deleted. Now, of course, deleted means, it's
Put them up, please. Put them up, please. What do you see when you're looking for deleted? Do you see like you log on and you just see all this data, X's and O's and digits, and how do I tell something's been deleted? Explain that to me. I mean, unless it's in recently deleted, but even my twins at age 3 knew how to go into my phone and find recently deleted and delete it. How do you find it?
So it's actually just, on the computer screen, you're looking at all the lists of text messages, and it says right to the right of it, this one was deleted. So in an aspect, if it hadn't been overwritten, think about how computers work. You delete something just like a phone. You delete something, it kind of
Hold on. I want to go back because is that the northern end over there? Is that like the northern end? Is that where it's like the washer machine? Is that where it looks like those are like currents? Wow. Is this like the underground view? I don't know why it looks like we're underwater. If those are currents, that looks crazy. Wow.
in an aspect, if it hadn't been overwritten, think about how computers work. You delete something just like a phone. You delete something, it kind of takes it and moves it into a non-use to an area you're not using. And then once, if the phone starts getting full, it starts writing over that deleted stuff. So things that were deleted at some point in time are still there and can be recovered. The actual texts of the text message, the content of the text messages is still there until it's getting written over by the phone.
Scott Eicher, has your company, Precision Cellular Analysis, performed these independent examinations of phones?
Yes, they have. We have a whole group of individuals in our company that just specialize in downloading phones, rebuilding phones that are damaged so that the data can be pulled from the phone, and breaking into the phones if we don't have the password.
What is Cellbrite and how is it used?
It's a program that's been around for a good amount of time, probably 15 years, and each year it gets more updated, but it's a program that actually goes into the phone and allows you to copy the information from the phone onto a different computer. And then you can look at that data and spend time going through it, get all the chronological information from text messages to pictures to Snapchat. So you can get a timeline from all these different areas of the phone.
What about a digital forensics go bag? A portable data collection rig. We saw it in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. It was used when the investigators went into the Guthrie family home. You see it on field operations, intelligence, digital forensics. They extract or they mirror digital info right there on location. A tactical exploitation kit like a forensics go bag.
Yes, those are available, and basically Cellbrite is that also. It's more for phones, but you can have the same type of device for computers and for other devices in the home. But Cellbrite is also a portable device that you can take to a crime scene, take to a house, or go to a individual's residence and do that download. It doesn't have to be done in the office.
According to the family, they have made the phone and their independent experts readily available.
The Jackson County DA's office, as well as our forensic team, and possibly the FBI, we're going to together download and examine the phone. So it's done one time with everybody together, right? This is very common in the law. This is what is supposed to happen. We are waiting for the DA to determine the time, the place, the date. Let us know, and we are going to be there with our forensics team and anybody else, but it's done one time, one examination. We're ready for it to happen.
From our friends at WLOX, that's Liza
You get 'em,
Clark,
Christine.
working with Nolan's mother.
You
To
show them how we do it.
Susan Hendricks, now somehow it's made to look like the family, Nolan's family, is not cooperating. Let me understand what has happened. So Nolan's family went out of state. I don't know why. And while they were gone, they get a demand letter from the DA's office.
Yeah, that said you have 24 hours. And they were at the NABJ, National Association of Black Journalists Conference in Georgia. They spoke on stage and they said, wait a minute, we're not there. We can't do that. I thought we agreed on July 15th at that meeting that we would come together and do this. And now you're acting like we're not cooperating, but we are. So then they came back now, Nolan's family attorney saying, okay, any day this week, we need 24 hours notice and we'll make it happen. They're not hiding the phone. They just don't trust for the DA to have the phone alone without an...
Oh, I get it. Wait a minute. So the DA is acting like all of a sudden the family just trusts them out of nowhere. They just acting like they've never heard Christine say that she didn't trust them. Oh, the attorney and Christine never mentioned the fact that they didn't think that they were being mishandled. They never mentioned the fact that they didn't want to be transparent. They never mentioned that they just wanted this to be fair. They never were straightforward and didn't say that they didn't, that they didn't trust them. Duh. Are you stupid? Do you think that they're stupid? Because they're not going to let you do anything without anybody being present. They don't trust you. So in order for them to do anything, somebody on their team, on Christine's team, needs to be present when you guys do anything from here on out. Very, very simple. And yes, by the way, we're going to a bunch of interviews because we're trying to keep our son's name out there. So yeah, we're going to go to CNN and then we're going to stop by CB. We're going to stop by here. And then we got another major news outlet on Thursday. Yeah, duh. Don't act stupid now. These people, come on now. And they're already, you see what they're doing? You see what they're doing? It's all documented. Yeah, we were supposed to get together on the 15th. Look it up. Yeah, go ahead. Try to hold me accountable. You can't. Because, by the way, it's documented. These people are dumb. You already look dumb. Why are you going to come out and do this and make yourself look more dumber? You already don't look trustworthy. So why are you trying to make it seem like you this is crazy, dude. This is crazy. This is making me angry because it's all starting to they're really exposing the sheriff department out there, and the FBI looks awful right now too. I'm not going to lie. That's terrible. That is terrible.
Independent investigation into the phone, someone who's not biased.
And, Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter, the family is afraid. Many people have seen injustice in other cases that have nothing to do with them. And I believe they fear evidence will be destroyed or mishandled. And it can never be recaptured. It's very possible it could never be recaptured. I mean, you and I and Joe Scott, you did an incredible recreation in the Ellen Greenberg case, remember? Ellen Greenberg stabbed, I think, 20 plus times, including the back of the head, the back of the neck, the back, actually severing the dura of her spinal cord. And
oh, they're calling the shots, Olivia. Oh, you better believe they're calling the shots from here on out. They look dumb. They look really dumb. Not Christine, the people who, the investigators. They look stupid. They look dumb. Because you can't, if you already have an agreement to, you know, the fact that she already told them, look, we're going to get together, me and my team, we're going to get together so we can all be present when you guys look at the phone and retrieve all the data that you need for this investigation. No matter how long it takes, we're going to have somebody right next to you during this entire process. You can do that. It is totally legal to hire your own investigators. This is the reason why it started with, well, one of the things it started with was the independent autopsy. They are conducting their own investigations along the way from here on out. From here on out. So everything you do, we're doing. So just in case you don't get something that we have, well, you might want to go do it again because that's not what we have on our end. Just in case. You get the process. That's exactly what's going on here. They're making sure that they're not getting over on them in any way. So from this point, I love what they're doing because right now they're making sure, look, if anybody's trying to cover this up, good luck. Good luck. Because we're going to be right here through every step of this process, no matter what it takes. So this is the reason why there's probably going to be more money needing to be raised because they're hiring their own investigators to come out and do the work that the FBI is doing and anybody else that's involved doing any other work. So that explains, you know, they're going to need some money for sure to get some of this stuff done. It's not going to be free. But I mean, I get it. And that is smart. I got to give that, you know, whose ever idea this was, I don't know if it was Benjamin Crump's idea, but I mean, and it's pretty common sense too. I mean, but I didn't know you could do that until now. And I'm new to crime. I didn't know that. I didn't know that they could, you know, pretty much set the tone. Like, nah, this is what we're doing now. No, from here on out, this is what we're doing. You know, and she's not the suspect. I think people are forgetting that. Christine is not the suspect. She's the mother of the victim. So, of course, she should be able to be in charge of how this goes because she wants it to be handled in the way that it should. And look, salute. I mean, I don't blame her. I do not blame her.
The ruling was suicide. Okay, this is what I'm leading up to. So,
yes, ma'am.
All of the evidence was not documented at the scene. The police this is in Philly, told the apartment manager, sure, clean it up. As a matter of fact, here's a professional cleaner. Call them. They had it professionally cleaned. Bye-bye, evidence. Gone. Not only that, the apartment manager took a video of the inside of Ellen's apartment to show basically, look, this is how it was before. This is how it is after. We want to prove we didn't take anything. We didn't steal anything. Everything is accounted for. And that's SOP, standard operating procedure.
No, I'm not saying that they're not going to have to trust certain things that they have to take upon themselves that they may or may not be present for. I'm not saying that, but I see what I'm trying to do is explain to the people that this is how they're going about this situation. And the phone in particular is one of those. They're not letting that phone out of their sight whatsoever. They're not giving them any opportunity to go, okay, perhaps this is a cover up. Okay, and they're trying to, you know, cover something up, the phone being one of them. They're not going to let that happen. This is why they're setting a date, so that way somebody could do that. I get that they know how to play hardball and all that good stuff, but they are doing everything on her end. I think I lost you guys for a second there. I think I disconnected. But look, when it comes to the FBI being involved, you know, I don't know that they're treating her as fairly as she should be being treated. I can't call it. You know, based on rumors and, you know, according to my sources, Cash Patel, he hasn't been, you know, the most trustworthy person when it comes to, you know, some of the cases that he's covered. So personally, I can't really call it on the FBI's end. I personally haven't seen them, you know, do anybody wrong, but I believe in injustice, and I know it's out there. I know it happens to people. I know people don't get the justice that they deserve in certain cases. It happens. And I'm not looking past that in any regards when it comes to, you know, especially how this family has been treated from the get-go. Are we muted? No, we're good. I think we had disconnected for a second, guys. We're back, though. Olivia says she can't hear me. Justice that they deserve. We're good. Reset if you can't hear me. But yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good, guys. But again, I just truly admire the way that she's handling this situation. She's doing the best she can. Hey, good night, Paige. Thanks so much for tuning in tonight. I appreciate your company. I love the way she's handling this stuff. I can't salute her enough
they
here.
didn't process the crime scene, they went, oh, thank goodness, at least we have the video. They handed the video over to Philly PD, and they lost it.
Yeah.
Just let that
There's
sink
one
in
more
for a
thing.
moment.
There's one more
That
thing that
case
kind of ties
still-
back to. There's
Go
one more
ahead.
thing that kind of ties back to Nolan's case here as well, and that's the fact that with Ellen, I don't know if you recall this, the computer made it out of there as well. Do you recall that? And that was never examined, right? And so that's, you know, again, we're left wanting, Nancy,
Ellen's
relative to all of the data.
with all of the info leading up.
No, I'm not saying that his mom is in charge, but she's definitely taking charge, and she's doing it as much as she can. You know what I mean? And they're demanding that they get this that this is, you know, that if the opportunity presents itself, they want it when it comes to somebody overseeing or shadowing the person that is investigating certain things like the phone. That's what I'm saying. Now, as far as every little step of the way, I couldn't tell you that because I don't know, you know, every little details that's going on that hasn't been shared publicly that they've been doing. I do know the phone is one of them. I do know the autopsy is one of them because they've conducted their own independent autopsy along with the one that's already ongoing. So, or the toxicology and the other one. So I truly admire the fact of the way that they're going about it. She's taking as much charge as she can. Now, whether or not she's in complete control, I wouldn't say so, but I mean, she's definitely taking somewhat of control, or someone on her team is. And I like the way they're going about it due to the fact that they don't trust the injustice system. They don't trust the people that are investigating this thing.
To the time of her murder, ruled suicide.
Hey, good morning, Mag.
Taken
Maggie.
off the scene. Now, I'm not claiming that the people that took it, they were family members of the fiance. For all I know, they took it because they didn't want anybody to steal it. And nothing nefarious happened. But the problem is, you lock down a scene. I mean, look what's happened to Nancy Guthrie. A pizza delivery guy came and walked right over the blood evidence to deliver a pizza. Same thing here, Dave.
She is following the law. She's following the law, guys. They had an agreement for her to, like the lady announced a second ago, they had an agreement for them to give up the phone on the 15th. They were out of town. They knew they were out of town. The lady that we saw in that video addressed it.
Download and examine, as well as our forensic team and possibly the FBI, we're going to together download and examine the phone. So it's done one time with everybody together, right? This is very common in the law. This is what is.
So and that makes perfect sense. So just like the sheriff department, you see how Chris Nanos was in charge and he wouldn't pass it over to the FBI, blah 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 blah. Just like it's kind of like that, okay, but not in a sense because they're not in charge, okay. But at the same time, they kind of are because this is her son, and again, Nolan is the victim in this case here. But they have their own investigation team. They have every right to get their own investigator and team up with the people that are investigating this case here. Why wouldn't they be? This is their son. This is their son. Why wouldn't they be able to be allowed to do that?
Supposed to happen. We're waiting, and
experts readily available.
The Jackson County DA's office, as well as our forensic team, and possibly the FBI, we're going to together download and examine the phone. So it's done one time with everybody together, right? This is very common in the law. This is what is supposed to happen. We're waiting for the DA to determine the time, the place, the date. Let us know, and we are going to be there with our forensics team and anybody else, but it's done one time, one examination. We're ready for it to happen.
From our friends at WLOX, that's Liza Park working with Nolan's mother.
Apparently, it's not illegal if she was able to get up on that stand when they held that conference there and let them know, like, look, whenever you guys are ready, let's do it. Whenever y'all are ready, let's do it. Otherwise, forget about it. I just like the way they're going about it. And I don't think, anybody could say otherwise. And families are absolutely, they're 100% able to hire their own forensic experts. And it's common in cases like these: suspicious drownings, undetermined deaths, all kinds of things. Independent forensic teams actually were used in several cases, like the George Floyd case. There's many other cases that this was used in. So this is a common situation, but you are legally allowed to hire your own forensic team. Forensic pathologists, crime scene reconstructionists, digital forensic analysts, private investigators, forensic toxicologists. All of these you can hire amongst yourself. Cadaver dog teams, legal consultants. So they are using this money to the best of their ability. They're not playing around. They're not playing games. Little do we know, they are not playing. And I know people hate to hear this because I was skeptical as well. Like, why do they need all this money? Okay, it's starting to make sense. It's starting to make more sense to me. But there's a limit on what you can physically access. So you can't enter a crime scene without, permission. You can't seize your evidence yourself. You can't take possession of items held by police. You can't force the DA to share sealed autopsies results. You can't compel witnesses without subpoenas. But you can, however, examine items in your possession. You can hire experts to analyze photos, videos, GPS, phone data. You could also run your own autopsy. You can conduct interviews. You can reconstruct timelines. You can analyze weather currents, boat physics. You can also hire legal counsels to demand evidence access. So there's a lot of stuff you can really do. And as they did an independent autopsy. Their team can definitely fully analyze forensic analysis. They can the team is able to do things like the phone, the deleted messages, GPS, social media timestamps, all that good stuff that goes along with it. They're reconstructing the boat accident, and the experts are able to determine, which is what I'm saying. They're making sure that these collide with one another. The experts can determine whether the stories match the physics, whether injuries match the claimed fall, whether the boat's condition is consistent, whether the timeline is possible. Love it. I love it. That is the best possible move in their best interest right now. If they feel the way they feel. I don't feel the way they feel. But I like the options that they have available to, his mom. If whatever makes her feel comfortable to get closure for her son, we should all want that for her. And I most certainly do. Without a doubt. I mean, she could also do witness interviews. Private investigators can, they can also interview neighbors, interview island witnesses. They could interview boat owners. They could interview people who saw the boys. They could gather statements police never took. They got options. They got options. They could also do private cadaver dog teams. The families can hire canine teams to search boats, search docks, search vehicles, search areas law enforcement ignored. They got many options, but I don't know what the issue. I don't know why they're having such a big issue with that cadaver dog situation. Probably due to the fact that the boat was already given back, so it's probably no point because it's probably already been cleaned up if these guys are responsible for what happened. But I mean, what they're doing right now, at the end of the day, is simply legal pressure. This is legal pressure. And if you had the option to put pressure on, FBI or just law enforcement in general, and because you felt like they weren't handling the situation, would you? Would you? Be honest. Would you? I would. 100%. 100%. No hesitation at all. Why wouldn't you? So, yeah. Might as well demand evidence, demand, change of custody, demand access to photos, demand access to reports, file motions, file complaints, request federal involvement, do it all. Freaking bug, man. Get your butt up out of here before you get killed. I want you to live. So yeah, I mean, they've got many options. I like it. But I mean, bottom line, guys, if your son was possibly murdered, you have every legal right to bring your own forensic team and run a full independent investigation. You just need to do strategically. How can I put this in words? At the end of the day, I think it's just strategy. It's, legally. How can I put this in words? So just basically strategy with documentation, with an attorney guiding the process, which doesn't require Mississippi permission to do any of those things. Legally, if I said that right. At the end of the day, you get where I'm going. I mean, I like it. I just like the fact, and I'm starting to understand their intentions based on what they want or what they're pushing for. And at the end of the day, they're pushing for the best outcome possible, to simply just get to the bottom of this, and that should be all that matters. Which tells me that the mother is really simply focused on, just closure. I wouldn't say justice because they can't, on their end, I would say justice because they're assuming that there was some type of foul play. Otherwise, if they weren't assuming that, they wouldn't be so pushy when it comes to, getting things done without somebody being present. So I like what they're doing. And I'm glad I'm not overlooking this and I truly understand what they're doing rather than just sitting here making an assumption. That's why it's important to really look into things to see what's really going on. Otherwise, you're just going to continue to sit here speculating and not really understand the situation for what it is. But I really like what they're doing. I do. And I think this is what we would want. And this is a good example of a mom doing everything she possibly can at the end of the day. And this is what any of us would want for ourselves, for our mothers to do for us, any of our family members, any of our close relatives or close friends. We would want this for anybody that is truly not getting the, you know, they're not getting what they deserve at the end of the day. I love it. Justice for Nolan Wells. Let's move on real quick to this call with JLR. He spoke to Annie and Tommaso's neighbor. Very, very interesting call. I don't know if you guys took the time to listen to it today. I was so hesitant to get out here with these guys today, but it's been a long week for me. I'm definitely going to be outside tomorrow doing something. Whether it's passing out flyers, we got to get out on the ground. I've been really hesitant lately to get out here, and I gotta get back outside. So real quick, like I said, he just spoke to the neighbor. She said some very weird, odd things that you might want to hear. If you guys haven't heard the call, let's listen to it. By the way, shouts Angie. I wanted to post this. Maybe it'd be helpful to some people that stop by on the replay clue. Nobody seems to be wanting to help her out. Or she did ask JLR. He hadn't really talked about it yet or said anything, but I heard her call on JLR's channel. I think he'd be the best person to be helpful to her, raising funds for, her to get a proper burial. Shouts to Angie. She's currently fighting cancer. My heart goes out to you. I know it's a tough situation. You got to keep fighting. Don't give up. And I truly think that you can beat this. Okay. I'm going to keep praying for you. You keep praying. I know you're a wonderful lady. You take care of your father all the time, and you're really worried about who's going to look after him if you go. But don't worry about that. Everything, God has a plan for everything. And I think that plan is going to be you beating this and getting back to how life should continue to be. So just keep fighting, Angie. I just wanted to remind you, I'm keeping you in my thoughts. I haven't forgot about you. Keep on fighting. I know it's tough to raise money, but don't even worry about the money. I wouldn't even sweat it. It's going to come. You're going to get the help that you need. Don't rely on anybody to do this for you. It doesn't even matter. You're going to get what you need to, you don't even need this, okay? You don't even need this. You don't need this. You know why you don't need this? Because you're going to live. You're not going to die. You're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere. Leave it up there if you want to, but I'm telling you right now, you're not going anywhere. You're not. I ain't going to lie. My girlfriend wanted to talk about this earlier. I did not want to talk about this. I don't like talking about I could talk to anybody about anything, but the one thing I don't like talking about is dying. It's not a good conversation for me. I just don't like those conversations. I don't know what it is. Prayers for Angie. I'll post her GoFundMe in the chat here. I know everybody's tight and limited on money. And I will also try to get it on my X too. My Facebook is not really all that. Can we get the link here? Where's the link? My Facebook isn't all, I don't really have a whole lot of followers on Facebook. Even the QR code would be nice. Oh, it's too big for me to post it. Hold on. Actually, I don't know if I spelled your name right. I'm gonna put this in here, Angie, just for now. I'm not gonna be on too much longer. I should have did this earlier, but I was ranting away. I'm gonna pin it. I don't think I'm gonna be too helpful here because I don't have a whole lot of followings. I don't even get that many donations myself. So I'll do my best. Much love to you. Is it KC Max? I appreciate the $5 super chat, by the way. God bless you. KC, he says terrible tragedy just seems awful and sketchy. It really does. The way that the whole story presents itself, it doesn't sit with me well at all. Much love, Angie. I'm wishing you the best. And again, you're going to get through this. I know you're probably not even here no more. Angela is the name. I think she likes to be called Angie, though. But again, just keep on fighting. Don't give up. I've seen people beat this, and I know you will. I want to move on to this video real quick here. Not even really necessarily a video. It's this call. I don't know if you guys listen to this, but check this out here. We'll check it. We'll listen in on this. Chime in with me tomorrow. We'll be on the ground, but let's hear this call.
Okay, so you are Annie and Tommaso's neighbor?
Yeah, and honestly, I kind of kept out of it for many reasons, but I was in a really bad car accident in December and was pretty banged up with my daughter. And so couldn't move very fast those first few weeks.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then my husband got really sick, and, the house just needs some work, and I was embarrassed, and I just kind of, stayed in the shadows. But I tried to get in on the chat a few times just to share a few things, but
hold on real quick. No, I've done a lot of research, guys. Not too many insurances will cover this, especially when it comes to cancer. It's not the same when you have cancer. Look it up and you will see how difficult it is to get insurance for something like that, especially when you're doing insurance in a short period of time. I've done the research on it, and I didn't see anything that really that I crossed paths with that I thought that was something I could say, hey, Angie, look, you should go ahead and get this. This is going to work out for you. Besides, the only thing that I saw that was sufficient that not everybody is interested in is donating your body. So that's the only way that they would pay for your burial and all that stuff. Just say. So people are saying like it's easy, you could just go get this or that. I've never had cancer, so I don't know. So maybe people have more information than I do. If you do, please don't be simple and just say insurance. No disrespect. I'm not trying to be rude to anybody. But please don't just say, just go get insurance out of respect for her. Just tell her what to go refer her to the places she could go get the help that she needs for that to happen. All right. That's the best advice that you could give her. But simply insurance doesn't give her the direction that she should, go in to get the desired help. All right. Just want to say that.
Okay. So you are Annie and Tommaso's neighbor?
Yeah. And honestly, I kind of kept out of it for many reasons, but I was in a really bad car accident in December and was pretty banged up with my daughter. And so couldn't move very fast those first few weeks.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then my husband got really sick, and, the house just needs some work, and I was embarrassed, and I just kind of, stayed in the shadows. But I tried to get in on the chat a few times just to share a few things, but I just could never get through.
Here you are. Welcome. I'm sure a lot of people are curious about, anything that you have to say. I mean, where do you live? Like right next door to them?
Yeah, right next door.
What's your name, by the way?
Connie.
Yeah, he is a goat.
JLR, nice to meet you.
Are
Are you the house that's right on the corner there? Like,
yeah.
Okay, yeah, that house. Yeah. You had a sign on your door at one point, didn't you? Say
Yeah, I put one on like the Thursday. I can't remember if it was Monday or Tuesday when everybody showed up on the street.
Uh-huh.
And I still have kids that live at home, and the problem was I would have to leave and go to work, and people were just knocking on the door constantly. And we have a cattle dog, and she likes to look out that front window. And every time someone would knock, she'd jump up in the window, and she was literally just about to go crazy. And even after, we put the sign up, and it actually worked, except I guess it was Fox News knocked on the door. My son looked through the peephole, and saw two people standing there with microphones ready to shove them in his face. And he looked out and he saw this bank of cameras staring at our house.
So they were going to ambush your son. If he entered the door, they would have had the cameras right up in his face and microphones.
Yeah, and
Whoa.
he didn't answer because I had told him not to. I mean, he's older, but I still, I just didn't want to mess him with that. And so I thought, okay, well, you didn't answer the door, no harm, no foul. And I thought that would be the end of it. But that night on Fox News, there was our house on the news with the dog running back and forth in the window and barking and everything. And it was just kind of disruptive, it was just constant, the noise. And I understand the neighbors in my neighborhood, but in Nancy's, I don't get it because their house is even more sparse.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't hear anybody out there. Our whole front was lit up a couple nights.
Yeah.
When that whole bank of cameras were out there and everything. But, and like I said, if it wasn't for the dog, it wouldn't have been bad. But she just kept hearing stuff and barking all the time. And she was kind of a nervous wreck. And I couldn't, we couldn't leave the house. And it was funny because when you guys were talking about the FBI going door to door in our neighborhood, when the other neighbor was talking about it, the same thing happened to me. I was on the east side working, and I would check your feed, every once in a while. And I came out of a fry store and turned on, YouTube, and you were on there, and I heard your GPS giving directions, and I was like, my daughter was with me. I was like, well, that's our neighborhood. And then I followed, I kind of followed it. And then when you said the FBI was going door to door, I immediately called my husband at work, and I'm like, hey, can you leave early? And we only had the one car at that time because mine had been totaled in the accident.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, well, I don't think I can leave. And I was like, you have to, because they're gonna want to go around back, and he's got all this lumber and stuff. And so anyway, we went and picked him up, and he came home, and they came and knocked on the door, and all they did go around back and they searched and everything, but they just said they were looking for something that might have been dropped. And that's all they ever told us.
That's interesting, Connie, because KMP, he's a regular. He's also your neighbor. I don't know if you know him. Do you know him, or
I just know him from seeing him on your lives and stuff.
And he pretty much said the same thing. The FBI was asking if anything was discarded on his property, could have been discarded. Yeah. So they did the same thing to you too.
Yeah, they and we said like what, and they just said, oh, something that could have been dropped. So our takeaway was kind of like they were looking for a phone or something. But we, we knew the people, and they made the mistake. I guess it was a mistake, but when the first day, when we came out and I was taking my husband to work, I saw a couple cars on the street in front of Annie and Tommaso's, and I did not know them. And then I took him to work. I went to work for a few hours. I came home at lunchtime, and there were more cars on the street. And I remember thinking, I wonder if somebody died and they're having like a reception at a house or something. And then I saw guys, I called my husband, and he goes, well, maybe it has something to do with Savannah Guthrie's mother disappearing. And I'm like, why would they be here? What would that have? And he goes, I don't know. And so I was like, no, it can't be that. And so I went in the house, and the kids were like, Mom, people have been knocking on the door like constantly, and Ivy's going crazy. And I was like, And so I was getting ready to leave. Side note, I'm on a planning committee for an event called Tim Tebow's Night to Shine.
Oh, okay.
And it's a prom for people with special needs.
Mm-hmm.
It's always the Friday after Valentine's Day. And so we were having a big planning meeting, and I was on my way to meet my daughter to make name tags. We had like 1,000 people there. It's a pretty big event here in Tucson. Well, it's all over the world. But anyhow, I was getting ready to leave, and someone knocked on the door. And I thought, oh, heck with it. I'm just going to find out what's going on. So I opened the door, and I went out, and it was this young guy, and he had on credentials. And I said, I don't know what's going on, but it's been crazy all day. And he said, well, that's why I'm here. And I said, oh. And he said, do you know your neighbors? And I said, no. I said, I knew the people that lived there before, but I've never seen the people that bought the house after them. He was either I think he was an ophthalmologist or an optometrist. I think he was an ophthalmologist.
The prior owner of the house.
Yeah, and he retired, and they moved away. But we would chat with them once in a while, and he was really good to my kids. They were really little at the time when they first moved in, and so and then and he said, well, what he just asked me about the neighborhood, and I told him we'd lived there 35 years, and
Flicker
that we knew the
face.
people right across the street from us, and we knew the Campbells who live across the street from Annie and Tommaso. And that was pretty much
So
it.
right
because
now
we
we're
don't
looking
have a
at-
house to the left of us.
Yeah,
and then
Annie
there's
and
2
Tommaso's
acres
house.
before the next house, and there's nobody diagonal going left until probably
This is
2
the
lots
neighbor.
up. So you just don't, we never even really trick or treated or anything in that neighborhood because the houses are so spread apart. And we had seen a lot of the families were older and they moved away. And so I told him, I said, I've seen a lot more families walking their dogs, and there's kids in the strollers and kids riding bikes. And, as people have passed away and moved out and stuff. But I said, it's been fairly quiet. I said, in the 35 years we've lived there, there's only been 1 robbery that I knew of, and that was our neighbors up. When you go left of our house, so you're heading west, and you go up the hill on the right, there's a house that sits back there, and their front door does not face the street. It faces the back. And when they first moved in, I guess somebody was watching them, and when they left the house, someone went in there and stole all the stuff they had moved in. And after that, they took precautions and stuff, put bars on the windows, I think, and different things. But I said, other than that, there has been no crime in our whole neighborhood. And we've never been afraid, to go out walking or do anything. And then he said, well, are you following the Savannah Guthrie mom disappearance? And I said, well, yeah. I said, because I was born and raised here. I watched Savannah on the news. When you watch them every night, you feel like you kind of know them. And I said, I've checked online a couple times just to see if there was an update. Well, he was from the New York Times. And when he put the story out,
Hey, Flicker Faye, thanks so much for another $5 super chat. Truly appreciate you. You're a real blessing. Much love to you. She says, where the F is Nancy? Yeah, I don't know. I can't call it. I really can't. We were supposed to get to 350 likes tonight. We got 400-something people tuning in right now. Where are we? Where do we stand right now? Are we even close? We're at 312, guys. We got 414 people, and we can't even get to 350 tonight? No way. So if you've already liked the stream, go ahead and like it 3 more times for each person that are actually listening right now. I'm joking. Only if you could, right? But if you can, if you haven't, please do so if you don't mind. And it does help the algorithm, which is the goal, to help somebody else discover the channel. Although I don't seem to get very many subs when I'm at home versus when I'm outside, which is kind of crazy. But it's all right. We'll be outside tomorrow. But I think the same thing will pretty much apply either or. We haven't really been going too far up, which is okay. We got to figure it out. That just means that you got some work to do. Oh, okay. I missed something here. All right, we're good. Let's continue.
given him my name and everything. He said, I'll send you a link to the story when it comes out. Well, he took that one sentence I said that I had checked social
Hey,
media
Chaos, what's good?
a
We're
couple
welcome.
times.
Push that
And
thumbs up,
he
says
said-
tea time.
He
Yes.
put my name and he said, it has said she's obsessively checking for updates on the story. And I thought, well, none of my friends will see it. It's not a big deal. No, my friend's husband saw it. I got phone calls. They were laughing. And
So they twisted your words out.
Yeah, he just, he just changed one little thing, but it made it seem like I was constantly online. Well, then after that, then he told me that Savannah's sister lived next door, and I was like, oh, and I said, I have never seen him. I said, my husband has heard him out in the back piddling. He said it sounded like he had a little shop or something. Maybe like I don't know what he heard, a drill, maybe a circular saw or something. But he just said he heard something that sounded like he had a little shop or something. And
Lori, I appreciate you.
It was just strange because I'd never had seen him put the trash out, the recycling, never saw him walking the dog or anything until after everything happened. And then, they were gone for a while. They were all staying there when you guys were out there. Mm-hmm. And then they left, and I think they went and stayed at like a house somewhere. And then at some point they came back, and then I started seeing them, and I just thought, is it just because I'm looking over there all the time? But I saw him taking the trash out. I saw him taking the recycling and taking it back a few times. And then the last time I saw him was, I'm a 4-H leader. And on Sunday, April 26th, I believe, my daughter and I were leaving really early to go out to the fairgrounds.
Very precise. Notice how she gives the exact dates. She was at this point, this lady was making sure she was writing down all these dates. There's no way you're going to remember that far back. It's not common. I mean, you will, but you won't, depending on what it is. But you could tell she's been spooked by her neighbors for sure.
Because they were having a small stock auction for the kids with their animal projects. And I was pulling out, and I was looking doing, checking my phone real quick, and looked up, and there he was standing in front of my car, and I think he was lighting a cigarette, and he was getting ready to walk the dog. And it startled me, and I just kind of awkwardly waved at him.
That's weird.
Then my daughter said, oh, he already waved at me, and I waved back. And I said, oh. And so, he kind of waved, and we just took off, and that's the only interaction I've ever had with him, other than, like I said, seeing him taking the trash in.
That is so weird. Let me hear that one more time. How weird is that, guys? Normally, if you wave at like one of the kids, you just wave and keep going about your business. So apparently he waited for her too, so he could wave at the grandmother or mom. That's just weird. That's spooky. And I don't know if she's just telling the story that way, but that just sounds so weird.
I was pulling out, and I was looking down, checking my phone real quick, and looked up, and there he was standing in front of my car, and I think he was lighting a cigarette, and he was getting ready to walk the dog. And it startled me, and I just kind of awkwardly waved at him. And then my daughter said, oh, he already waved at me, and I waved back. And I said, oh. And so, he kind of waved, and we just took off, and that's the only interaction I've ever had with him, other than, like I said, seeing him taking the trash in.
But what you're saying is, prior to Nancy Guthrie going missing, you've never seen him. Have you seen Annie?
No, I still have never seen her.
So you have never seen your next door neighbor, Annie, at all. You've never seen Tommaso prior to the disappearance of Nancy. After Nancy went missing, then you started seeing him more, taking the trash out and recycling?
Yeah, and walking the dog. I saw him walking the dog once. They had a little black dog.
But you didn't see Annie at all?
No. And
a little black dog. then you started seeing him more taking the trash out and recycling?
Yeah, and walking the dog. I saw him walking the dog once. They had a little black dog.
But you didn't see Annie at all?
No. And
a little black dog. They have a little black dog?
I guess, because he was walking a little black dog. I'd never seen it before. The people who live across the street from them, he walked over to our house the day the FBI was going door to door, and he had waved to them and said hi a few times, and he had seen them, but not the way all the other neighbors, the people next door, he's very close to, and we had talked quite a bit. And he just kind of said they were, I don't remember exactly what word he used, but the way I took it was kind of standoffish, not real friendly. So he just kind of let him be. He didn't really pursue anything. Whereas the people that lived there before, they used to come out of their house and he'd come out of his, and they'd stand out in the street and talk all the time. You know?
So the way you're taking it and the way the other neighbor told you about his interaction with Tommaso, standoffish, and then they never came out. Like no one really knows anything about them.
Yeah, they just kind of, like I said, I never even saw their cars coming and going until after everything happened.
What kind of cars?
You know, I don't even know, because after the fact, I did see a dark, like a little SUV. I saw Nancy's car in their driveway a couple times.
When?
After everything happened.
Nancy's blue Subaru was in their driveway?
Yeah, the day that you guys were out front of Nancy's, and they were Cameron was there, and I think it was Annie, and they had two separate cars, and they went in two different directions.
Yes.
So you guys couldn't follow them. Well, that day I was coming home, and the blue car was in Annie's driveway by her garage.
So interesting. And then you said prior to Nancy being disappeared, your husband did hear him doing things in the back with, what did you say?
Yeah, he just heard piddling, you know, like him messing with stuff. And Jim just took it that maybe he was working on a project or something.
How before Nancy went missing? Like right before she went missing, or over the last year?
Over the last year, not any particular time. And he didn't, you know, he never saw him, never talked to him or anything.
Never seen any kids over there?
No.
You like the night Nancy, like January 31st, the first you ever hear anything over there? Did you see Nancy? You never seen Nancy over there? Have you ever seen?
No. And see, the way our house is, they could come and go, and we'd never see them unless they pass by our house.
Because of the trees and everything, right?
Yeah, because there's bushes between the two houses, and unless you can't even. In fact, it was a long time before I even realized that their garage faced our house instead of the street. You know, their garage faces west, and the house faces north. And I didn't even realize that until, I don't know, at some point. I never really paid attention because it sits back kind of far. And, you know, when you're driving, if you turn to glance that long, you could run into something. So I try to watch where I'm going when I drive. And we typically go the other way most of the time. But
all the neighbors around there, like, you're cool with all your neighbors. Like, you have correspondence with them and talk to them occasionally, right? All your other neighbors?
Some of them, not the ones that are west of us, because they're there's one house west of us that when our kids were little, the kids would get together and play, but the kids have all grown up. Their kids are gone. But the couple across the street, the gentleman, he used to fix midget race cars. So they would always have midget race cars going in and out of there, and he restored an old, like a Model T truck and everything, and he passed away, gosh, it's probably been longer than I think. It may have been 2 years ago or something, and I never saw his wife. I thought maybe she had passed away, but she is still alive. She's just kind of homebound, and the other family takes care of her.
So many questions, Connie. Let's go back to the FBI when they came to your house. They only came. How many times did they come to your house? Law enforcement.
Just once that they actually talked to us. I don't know if they ever were there any other time, but yeah, they only knocked on our door once.
They ask about cameras.
Yeah, and we don't have any because, like I said, the only thing ours would pick up is right in front of our house. You know, since there's just desert to the left of us, and I've been trying to get Jim to get one, but we just, like I said, 35 years we've never had a problem in that neighborhood, and so you know,
the FBI walked. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say he went out with them and walked all around with them. They went out into the desert and the yard, and they, you know.
But were they like looking towards Annie's house, or were they just looking in your yard in general?
They were just looking. Yeah, they were just looking in general. They even looked in the desert that's on the other side of the street.
Yeah.
It's just like a big dip.
Yep.
You know, because behind our house is just like a big, we call it a wash, but it's not even really a wash. It's just a piece of land, and it's not, there's nothing on it. So we just, you know, I don't know why we bought that house, because we own property we can't do anything with. But there's, you know, our neighbors are way back on the other side of the wash. There's nobody back there. And so they walked around and they looked around, and, you know, we told them that we'd never met them, never seen them.
Were they asking questions about them? Like, do you know them?
Yeah, they just kind of said, have you ever, you know, what's your relationship with them? And I was like, well, we really don't, it's non-existent. I didn't even know they lived there. You know, I've never seen them. I don't know who they are. It's just really weird. It's different. I grew up here, but where I grew up was over, like, behind Park Place Mall.
Yeah.
And the houses are right next to each other, and you were always at your neighbors having coffee and visiting and stuff like that. But that was a different time. All the ladies were home, and all the men went to work. And in my neighborhood, I think most of the women went to work as well as the husbands. I was one of the few that were home, other than retired couples.
When they were asking you questions, did they ask you about Nancy?
No. Mm-mm.
So they asked you but they were asking you about Annie and Tommaso.
Yeah, they just asked if we knew them at all, and they asked if we'd seen anything, and if we saw anybody on our property, and if we'd seen anything, you know, out of the ordinary, and we said no. And we're in and out a lot. It's not like we're in the house all the time. You know, we take the dog out probably 5-6 times a day, and you know, my husband, well, he can't do much right now. He's going to have open heart, but you know, he'll go out and pick up stuff and piddle and do stuff, and, you know, we go out and clean out the cars, and you know, right now it's just too hot. You just kind of hibernate.
Did they ask you about anybody else?
Nope. Mm-mm. And we were probably one of the last houses, because they had gone, I think they started on the end closest to Annie and Tommaso and went down that one side and then came up our side. And we weren't there, so if they came by the first time, we weren't there. But then after we came home, they showed up within about 10 minutes of us getting back home.
People are asking about coyotes. I don't know if you ever watched one of my clips with the howling coyotes.
Oh, yeah. We hear them all the time. We've only had a run-in with them once when my kids were doing poultry for 4-H. They ripped through the wire of our chicken coop one time and stole a chicken.
Oh, horrible.
Yeah, we hear them because they get rabbits, and you hear the rabbits scream. Not every day, but.
Oh, I think my mic is off. Why does somebody keep saying that somebody is just does this on purpose? I'm sorry. Nah, I caught it before anybody said anything though. So it's not about the fact that she's like saying, you know, something like important or anything like that. I think it just kind of gives us an understanding of how like his personality was to me. I guess we all have our expectations, you know, considering his background as a teacher, but to me, I don't, because all teachers are different. Some are mean, some are nice, some are kind of mean and nice. You know, some you got to kind of know or know, but it's important to me because it's just weird the fact that she says that he didn't come out until the time of, you know, around the time that, you know, whatever took place with Nancy, which is weird. But then I kind of question, like, was she really paying attention, you know, like, or is she just saying this, you know? I don't know. I think she's telling the truth though. She sounds pretty innocent, and she sounds like she really wrote down these days that she saw him, which was only like a couple times, I guess, maybe once. It seems like. Weird.
My biggest fear, like, we just put a motion light out front, and it's not because I'm scared to go out because of what happened. It's the javelina, because it's so dark that there's been times where I go out and I'm on the phone with a friend and I'm walking around out front and I turn around and there's a javelina. And so that freaks me out more than anything. So I just try to stay away from them. They're just a nuisance.
Do you know if Annie and Tommaso have cameras? They got cameras?
I have not seen any. I can check next time I go by, but I've never seen any.
When was the last time you think they were home? Like, when's the last time they were home, you think?
I'm going to guess sometime the first week of May.
They haven't been back since May?
I haven't seen them. I know that even when I had not seen them, I would see their trash out by the street and their recycling.
Who's taking that out?
Well, I think they were. But then all of a sudden, all of July, all of June, and most of May, I have not seen the trash out at all, which leads me to believe no one's there. So I check every time I drive by, you know, I kind of look just to see, and I haven't seen anything. The mail doesn't stop there anymore, so I'm sure they're having their mail forwarded somewhere else.
Oh, okay. The mail doesn't stop there anymore. Interesting.
I haven't seen it.
Okay, so according to public records, they apparently had some survey done on their property the day before Nancy vanished. According to the Pima County records, some sort of survey done. Do you know anything about, like, were they? Well, I mean, you don't really know much about them, but do you know anything about that? Like, the property?
I never saw anybody out there.
Never.
I never saw a truck or workers or, you know, anybody. I've seen survey people out in our neighborhood before. Like a couple blocks over, I've seen them out, you know, and they have like a tripod and they usually have like an orange flag, and they're usually wearing a vest and stuff. But I have not seen anybody on our street ever. So if they were there, now I will say, no, I don't think I was. I do pet sitting and house sitting on the side, and so I have been gone a lot. Like, I'm house sitting now. But that week before that, I was home. It's just that I was pretty banged up. So I probably wasn't looking outside at all, you know? And it's very possible a truck pulled up and...
Slaps, don't threaten people, please. Some people take it very seriously, even if you're joking. And if you do, just say you're joking. But, yeah. I don't really take none of it really personal, just because I know some people are joking around. I didn't see anything either. I honestly didn't. I was looking for it, but I didn't look too deep. But, yeah.
Their driveway, and we wouldn't have seen it.
Do you have wells or septic tanks there?
We have a septic tank.
So everyone has a septic tank, more or less?
Yeah.
Interesting. Does their septic tank get cleaned?
Not that I know of. Haven't seen those trucks out in a long time.
So I know you said, I was kind of reading your text before you called something about you want to debunk misinformation, or there's misinformation out there that you want to set the record straight on something.
Well, there's been a few things. I actually had a list, but it's not with me right now.
Oh.
But just some of the things, like they were saying they only had one car, and I saw two cars several times. So I remember seeing a little truck there as well at one point, like a long time ago. But, you know, people were saying, well, they only had one car, and they didn't have a car afterwards. They kept their car. They had another car. It might have been a rental, but I know I saw a black, in like a dark brown or a black Suburban type car. They were saying that they didn't have a dog, but I saw him walk a dog.
A little dog.
Yeah. Well, not tiny, but like kind of like a little terrier or Shih Tzu or something like that.
What color?
I think it was black.
Oh, a little black doggy. I love dogs.
Yeah, and I only saw it that one time.
Dude, the car being seized. You know, that a lot of people talk about their car being seized. Did your neighbors tell you, or do you know anything? It was their car seized and taken?
Well, I didn't see it for a long time. So, I only saw that black car. And I like I said, I'd never seen it before. I could have sworn at one time I saw a little truck, but I could also be hallucinating or thinking of something else. But yeah, no, I never saw it. But then again, when they were saying that, you know, they never keep cars that long, I also heard like FBI agents and stuff on different shows say that a lot of times if they did strip the whole car apart, that it does take a long time to put all those electronics and everything back together. And so it does take quite a while. So I didn't really question that it took that long. You know, I wish, you know, sometimes I go back and I'm like, I wish I'd have been out front that night so I could have said, yeah, they came and went. What I don't understand is there are cameras at that Circle K. We go by there all the time.
So you guys already know, I've checked. I've been over there multiple times to Circle K. Those cameras at the Circle K do not face the freaking bug, bro. They don't face the, God, I'm trying to kill it. So those cameras at the Circle K don't face the street, okay? They're only meant to face the store, like for people coming in and out. They don't at all face the road. Just for the record, so people know and are aware of this. I went over there. If you were tuned in that night, I did it a couple times, but one night I really dug into it to see if, you know, those cameras really actually like will capture a car passing by, just to see if, you know, they were able to determine whether or not, you know, Annie and Tommaso left at an odd time or whatever. Not only that, we were talking to one of the other neighbors that came over to Lauren's for dinner the other night, who also reaches out to JLR, who said that there you could take Roller Coaster Road, which is on a completely different street, or it's, you know, you go through a street to get to Roller Coaster Road. You know, so they could have went, you know, that way. But again, those Circle K streets do not face the road, so they would not capture a car leaving. That lady should know that as many times as she's been by that Circle K. It's her local store.
And there are cameras at that gas station at Rudisill.
Yep.
Did they ever get proof of that car going by either direction? Either the Uber taking her or Tommaso taking her home?
Let me ask you. I was just going to ask you, with that being said, do you think your next door neighbor, Tommaso and Annie, are involved with something that happened to Nancy?
Well, and this is where I have to be careful, because if you had asked me when everything happened, I wouldn't have even thought about that. But listening to all these people who are so sure it is them, and when you know, let that go into you so much and you listen to it, then you start thinking and getting scared. And I don't want to be that way, you know? And so, there was a couple times where I went out in the street and just started walking toward their house in the dark. And I got, 3/4 of the way, and I got scared. I turned around and went back
That's
home.
not too much informative,
And I
but
never
he
was like that before all this
filter
happened.
through the randomness to create narrative.
If I don't listen to
I like
it,
I like what he's doing. I mean,
I go
he's
back
dope.
to thinking, no, it wasn't them. But then you start listening, and just the fact that they have not acted like I think I would if it was my mom.
Good point that she makes. I mean, we all make that point, right? I mean, they haven't acted how we would act in this situation at all, by far. By far.
And just the silence. And I think that allowing Savannah to be the only one that speaks up, I just think that left a weird feeling for people. And that's what made people start suspecting something, and they are strange people, just their musical taste and their, her supposed writings and all that is not my cup of tea, but that still doesn't make them horrible people, but I just have to be careful.
No, I guess I could understand that to an extent, whether or not, I mean, but it's up to her. She's grown. I mean, she completely has the option to whether or not, disclose, her, where she lives. I mean, she made that decision. So I guess there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, he wanted to know. I mean, he could have spoke to her offline and asked her where she lived, but she didn't mind sharing it. And if she's a neighbor and she's disclosing that off the bat, then it's not going to be kind of hard to figure out where she lives. I mean, out of all these people online who are constantly doxing people, I mean, you might as well go ahead and say where you live, because all these people, once you say your first name, people are going to figure out where you live. People figured out where everyone lived at Nancy's house like that. Aldine didn't even give up her house, and people figured it out the day of. You know what I'm saying? So at the same time, I don't know if I could take it that way.
Careful about what I listen to, because...
Oh, Karina, thanks so much for the $10 super chat, by the way. I appreciate that. She says, thank you just for all you do. Blessing, love, and light. Indeed. I appreciate that a lot. And much love, much love. God bless you.
My husband doesn't listen to any of it, so that would be the furthest thing from his mind. He would not think that they did anything. The same with my kids. But when I hear all these people with all their theories, it puts some doubt in your brain,
Interesting.
If that makes sense.
Does have you changed the way are you scared in your own neighborhood now?
No, I mean, we don't go walking down the street in the dark anyway, but we have really good flashlights. And like I said, we put a motion light out front for when my daughter takes the dog out and stuff. And usually, and we honestly, when it's at night, usually it's my husband or my son that take the dog out, not my daughter. And that's just because she would get a little scared, and that was before anything happened. And that was mainly because of the coyotes and the javelina. It wasn't scared of people, but honestly, it's been a very quiet, and actually Tucson itself has changed a lot. And I know you don't get into politics and all that, but honestly, when the political scene changed, the way the laws have been upheld and the leniency for certain, like the guy that did that mass shooting downtown, he had been let out. And if other people had been the county attorney, he probably wouldn't have. But he was let out, and then that happened, and he probably mentally had some things going on. And the whole landscape
thanks for the Julie clips.
Tucson has just changed over the years from when I grew up. And a lot of it has changed, since COVID too. We just had a lot of people move here from different places because it was more open here. Schools were open and different things. And so, I don't know, it's just not the same Tucson that, but it bothers me when all that, the people that are watching you or watching 857 when all they hear is all the bad stuff, because it's got a lot of good stuff going for it too. But, you know, it's like I've always been told, being in leadership of 4-H and before that, some other things I did, and I led a children's ministry. You only hear from the people that are unhappy. Mm-hmm. All the people that are doing well, typically you don't hear from. So the people that are screaming the loudest don't necessarily speak for the majority. They're just the ones that are not happy with something. So I try to kind of keep things in perspective, you know.
How do you feel about Sheriff Nanos?
Oh, yeah, he's an idiot. And that bothers me too, because I don't have one single acquaintance, and I haven't seen one single post on any social media site that has been pro Nanos. I've seen hundreds and hundreds of posts of people that say he needs to go, and yet none of these people went out and signed a petition to have him recalled. I don't get it. I don't know if they're afraid that he would come after them. That's something that bothers me. And, you know, everybody's like, because of the county attorney being the person that they are, and the people that they have let go recently, a lot of people think that they won't do anything about him either. And it's just kind of sad. I mean, I just heard that I think it's the county attorney's getting sued or something. There's all these people are getting sued because of different things they've done, and if nothing happens, then nothing's going to change. But he's just, you know, what he did to that lady that's a friend of the other neighbor was horrible. And I know a lot of people that know her, and they think she would have been awesome. Would have been a great sheriff. But, you know, because I still don't understand how he made her stay at her house, but.
Yeah, so if you ever want to get that list and call back in or talk, and I said you had a list of things you wanted to set the record straight or misinformation, we'd love to hear more. Anything else you want to add?
No, it's just, you know, it's just kind of, I saw you guys out front. I almost came out about 4 or 5 times. I drove past you over at Nancy's. Mm-hmm. I drove past Alex when he went out a while back and sat in front of Annie and Tommaso's all by himself. And I would have stopped and talked to him or gone and gotten him a drink, but I was late for a meeting.
That's cool. You're going to bring Alex a drink.
Yeah, I waved to him. He smiled at me.
Nice.
But, you know, it's kind of like, I'm the opposite of all those people that called in. You know, all those people that called in that lived in Canada, in Texas, and wherever to complain about Alex. I'm like, if you don't like him, why are you watching his live? Because that's the only place you see him. He wasn't on your live. He wasn't on anybody else's live. So I don't get that. And I'm like, I think they're just a bunch of older people that don't have anything better to do. You know, just busybodies. And it's not that I'll speak up if I see something that's really bad, but I'm not going to go and start rumors just to get my 5 minutes of fame or whatever, you know. But those people, I'd like to punch some of them in the nose, because I'm like, if you don't like him,
man, tell me about it. I would love to do the same thing to him. Just literally just slap him. Just bop, 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 bop. Man, I know how you feel, lady. Trust me. If we could only have that one opportunity just to slap Nanos right upside his head. We're gonna have to slap him like that, just right upside the head. Just one good one. As soon as we see him, you know, right. All right, I feel a little better now. I feel better. I got it all out. Just.
don't watch him. You know, he's not hurting you.
Well, we appreciate you watching us. And
yeah,
You know, we're just trying to get the answers, Connie. We're just trying to, you know, and it's always good to, you know, speak to the people close to Nancy, the people close to Annie and Tommaso, or, you know, live right around, to kind of get perspective. And we try to, and I think you provided some good insight here that I'm going to process here.
The other thing, too, was people were saying, well, you know, where were the neighbors? Why didn't they ever, you know, have a prayer thing? They did have a prayer vigil for her. And it wasn't at her church. It was St. Philip's in the Hills, I believe. But it was packed out. There wasn't room for everybody. And the news did cover it, and they interviewed some of her friends. This was like right after it happened, though. But, you know, I don't know why people didn't speak up. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. If I was her friend, I'm not sure what I would have done. But they did, and I know that you guys have found a lot of.
As far as I'm concerned, they say that she did give the phone up, but according to their investigative team, they want to do it all while their team is present, which is, you know, I guess they made a date arrangement for them to do that.
People who don't know her, don't know who she was. All of my friends know about it, know who she was. A lot of them might be because of me, because for a while that's all I was talking about, because it was affecting my life and my family and our neighborhood and whatever. But, you know, I think that it's not that. I think that there's a certain segment of Tucson that does not follow the news at all. They don't watch it, they don't read papers, they don't listen to it, they don't do social media, so they wouldn't know about it. But I think most of the people up north of River probably do know about it. But but I also have friends that live, I don't know, 5 minutes from Nancy's house, and they don't really watch the news because the negativity just affects them, and they don't want it. So they
yeah, apparently she's cooperated. The phone was not one of the reasons or things that she needed to cooperate necessarily about. They just randomly put in the 48-hour, notice for her to turn over the phone. But as far as I know, they're supposed to be working out a date to hand over the phone or let them overlook the phone. But again, their team needs to be present for them to do it. So she's not going to give that phone up unless somebody's right there. Like, they want them to do what they got to do and then give it back directly to who's ever on her investigating team. But she's not refusing. She's been cooperative from jump. But the agreement wasn't what they just randomly did out of nowhere, which is kind of weird. That just goes to show how they're playing it. And they're playing a tough game is what it seems like, but it ain't working because an agreement is an agreement. So they can't just change it up all of a sudden because they don't want to follow through with their agreement. I mean, they could, I guess, but by law, I mean, she's definitely allowed to go about this situation the way she's going about it.
About their life. It's not that they don't care. They just, for their mental health, they don't watch all the news and stuff. And it bothers me sometimes because then they don't know about stuff like this. But at the same time, I understand. But it's not that they don't care, but but the young people, even my kids knew who Savannah Guthrie was just because I used to watch the Today Show. But they had a lot of friends that had no clue what was going on. So, I don't know. It's frustrating sometimes, but...
Think the case will be solved?
I think eventually, yeah. I think so. I don't know if they'll ever find her unless somebody comes forth and says something, which that's the worst part of it because they can't have a service and say goodbye to her. And I guess the fear is that, I mean, I've heard of families that have done that and then the person showed up. I don't think that's going to be the case this time, but what's the proper amount of time to wait before you do have a service and say goodbye to your mom? I don't know.
Will you be my eyes and ears if anything pops off in your neighborhood? You got my number. Will you like text me and just let me know if feds or any crazy stuff's going on?
Yeah, I'll let you know. Because
Awesome.
I go by that house every day. So, sometimes 3 or 4 times a day. So does my husband. So does my oldest daughter. So, yeah, we can definitely let you know.
Thank you, Connie. God bless you, and thanks for stopping by and sharing.
What a wonderful call, guys. I'm kind of jealous because no one's going to call me and let me know, there's something going on in Nancy's neighborhood or something's going on in Annie and Tommaso's. That was Annie and Tommaso's neighbor. That was a wonderful call. I mean, it wasn't nothing that was going to obviously crack the case or, put us on to something, but it is kind of good to get some insight on Tommaso because none of us have really heard much about him. No one seems to have any idea of what he was like or anything like that. I mean, I should have asked the neighbor that did come by, but I don't know where he lives, but he was over at Lauren's house, one of the other neighbors of Annie and Tommaso's. Maybe next time I see him, I'll ask him, what were those guys like? What's their, what was, if, first of all, my first question would be, if he's ever even seen them outside. First, we'll start there. But that was the one neighbor that JLR had that would always reach out to him asking or telling him, certain things about, Annie and Tommaso. So it would definitely be nice to have somebody reach out in the neighborhood overall. Good call though. I mean, either way, it seems like JLR is, when he comes out, he's always able to dig up some dirt somehow, some way. But I mean, when you got 10, 11,000 people tuning in, I mean, people are going to want to get on the show to, have that attention and whatnot too. So that's pretty dope. Pretty dope. Good for him too. Maybe we'll just go knock at a neighbor's tomorrow and be like, hey, yo, can you just, call me if anything just comes about, just please just let me know. Yeah, matter of fact, you don't even got to call me. Just kindly shoot me a message. Hey, Juice, are here. Boom, I'm there. No, I'm joking. I'm not knocking at a neighbor's house. Never have, never will. Good call, though. Good stream. Did we reach our goal? Otherwise, we're going to be on until I go to work. The goal was 450 likes. Was it 450? No, I think it was only 350. It was our goal tonight. It was only 350. We reached the goal, I think. What is going on? It's all clunky. Hey, much love, Tasha. I appreciate it. And shout out to the moms being here, man. You guys, I don't even expect you guys to be here this late or this long, guys. I truly appreciate the love and support and you guys just hanging out with me while I've live for this long. I mean, you guys did not have to stay here with me this long. I truly appreciate it. Nonetheless, I don't even, require that. I don't really have much of any requirements, really. I don't want you guys to feel obligated to be here every single night. If you enjoy it, that's what matters the most. And also, I don't know if I remember, Tasha, did you say you lost your father or something like that recently? Or was your father in the hospital? Prayers, either way, prayers to you. I think my girl had told me something like that. So prayers, Tasha. I hope that you're getting through the situation that you're in. Father in the hospital? I never checked my Twitter chat. Twitter, it's not Twitter anymore. It's Execute or X. I never checked to see if anybody's on there. It's not even up. Like, it's showing up, but it's not like showing that I was live. What? Excuse me. So how do I check my chat? No one's commenting on here anyways. 20 views. Shout out everybody tuning in on X though. I'm trying to see if why isn't it showing up? Maybe it won't upload until I'm actually done. So confused. That's weird. I don't know. I don't care. I'll fix it another day. We'll figure it out another day. I was looking at my X because I'm living on X and YouTube, so I wanted to see what the heck was going on. Danielle, good to see you. Big welcomes, Danielle. And thanks for the grace, juice, and gas. Much love, Tasha, of course. 12. Oh, it's 12 p.m. for you in the afternoon? Oh, I forgot. You're on a whole other side. Totally forgot about that. 7 a.m. in Maryland? Wow. I mean, a lot of you guys are on the East Coast if you're not in a completely different country. Crazy. Well, God bless. I appreciate you guys even being here. Truly do. I'm highly thankful just to have people tuning in, and people that continue to come and want to be part of the channel too. You people should be looking for the white car with the Arizona plate. What white car? You talking about? Oh, he's talking about the Kia Soul. Juice, you never know who's going to be on the other end of the phone. Very true. Very true. I'm highly thankful. I'm truly blessed. Truly blessed. 7 a.m. in upstate? Dang. Well, I hope you guys get some rest unless you guys are getting ready to go to work. Or maybe some people retired. Yeah, much love to Tasha. Yeah. Send prayers to Tasha. I know she's had a rough, I think it was this a couple weeks ago. Man, that's tough. Yeah, we reached our goal. Thank God. Shouts to everybody who gave the video a thumbs up. Thanks to those who have subscribed to the channel. If you haven't, please do so. Much love to those of you guys chiming in tonight. I appreciate the love and support, guys. I think that is it for me tonight. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. I'm going to try my best to get out on the ground tomorrow. That is the goal. I got to get out here and just get on the ground. It's time to get out the house for a little bit. It's time we get out the house, so hopefully we're able to get out here and maybe go by Nancy's for a little bit. I was supposed to go a while ago. I'm not going to go for, hours and hours. I'll probably go there for a little bit and then go to KBOA. I don't know. I don't know what the plan is, but we'll figure something out. All right, guys. Next time, I'll see y'all later. Justice for Nolan, justice for Nancy. God bless you guys all. It's your boy, the Juice. I'll see y'all next time, man. Thanks for being here tonight, guys.
Love remembers every life. 4th of July, you left with dreams in your eyes. A trip with friends, nobody thought we'd be saying goodbye. 2 days passed, then the world heard your name. A family searching for answers, nothing will ever feel the same. I won't turn whispers into truth, or rumors into proof. But every mother deserves the whole story. Every father deserves the truth.
See y'all next time,
Somebody
guys.
knows, don't let silence win. Truth shouldn't hide, let the light come in. Nobody's waiting by the door. Emmett Till, a child whose story changed the nation. Trayvon Martin walking home became a conversation. Tamir Rice, Jordan Davis, Ahmaud Arbery too. Different roles, different stories, every family carried truth. We don't say they all the same. Every case deserves its own light, but every child deserves tomorrow. We won't bow and every home deserves good night. No
out of here.
Justice should never call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, They point at brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing.